They back up for a fight. They clearly say we don't want to go fight anyone, and then it goes straight into another fight. And now they go straight into the third fight. Himando is there with the first shot. Seiko goes down. Riz immediately trade. Oh my lord! Linus now they're taking out all of them. 3 down in a matter of a split second. This is the one in the life fight. This last one. Not exactly the most optimal spot, being on the open south side of that hill. In the meantime, Snip getting pulled up on by Pull-Up. We'll see if they're gonna succeed in doing so. Tries to find one, does manage to do so.
With Skate just behind them as well, uphill. They gotta make sure they take one of the fights, and look at those shots! George!
The laser from Yo taking down 2, but needs to do more damage if he wants to stay alive. Jones finds one in return. Keanu goes down as well. Now comes the third party. M4 should have this one in the back, but let's see. Solution around the side. Finds the first one. Ivas goes down. What a hold in QBE now. 1v4. Needs a miracle. Not gonna happen. M4 stands strong in the compound of the win game number 1.
Gotta be careful. You want to keep everybody alive, especially now. What's happening here?
What the hell is going on? Wait, what?
What? Now looking at it though, Heroic. Finds takers. Baby! Calvin, last man up.
Connecting. And there's your feet being shown. This is Gaxi all over again. They know exactly where they have him. One good nade. You don't do it yourself, Aaron. Don't even give it to them. Don't even give it to them. He takes himself out right before Nailup's nade pops, and it's rubbish.
It's a good position, but gotta watch out, Duffy. Snip is over here by the gas station.
Yeah, he did. You'd have to expect to. Yep.
Yeah.
No way he survives that one.
They're setting themselves up right now for the win here, basically. They're letting everybody else fight and just forcing them to fight. M-Force going down 1, 2. Anonymous.
With the double peeks on over. Will he find the third as well? Vorix is here, spots him, and he finds it.
But is he going to be able to do anything? He got a lot of utilities. He's got to be careful. They're coming down here now.
Trying to rotate further forward. They know they have opponents on the side. They know they need to rotate side by side with them. Physics pops the tire. Mika's somehow able to hop off, but with the SKS. Able to swap the gun. Exactly, trying to hold off, and they all have to move. And Vark right now has to make a decision on whether they want to take the fight to them or not. Nice double coming through from Gaxi. Does go down in return, though. No trade there. Simply too slow fight. Why are they being allowed to do this? That is just not supposed to happen. Oh, God. Now back in dark. Well, that's...
Here we go. The circle goes north.
Black does lose one. Silers falls down. Wrist trying to retaliate, but can't connect the shots needed. Oh, that nade. Low HP because of the damage done by Blue, down to 21 HP. Flashbang from forward, I think so.
He's flashing him.
He doesn't see him. No, he doesn't see him, but now he does. Trying to stay safe down the hillside. And once again, the Dolphins in full fight mode off of vehicles. Gaxi 1 HP goes down to Stratus over the hillside.
Kind of is right now, I'd say.
Yeah, it's for the majority of all these teams. They're forced to make some pretty aggressive open plays. Party Beetle there to find the first 2. Goes to the flushes as well. Recycle on the side. Down to low HP. Picho from above. Goes down. Yuri able to find the first. That's a good flash as well, though. But Ivas goes down, and in the end, it's going to be Last Dance winning yet another.
Bridge capping. But I feel like a lot of these teams need to work on their bridge capping skills. Here you go, Luke.
Finds a good tag through the smoke. Now Reggie finds the knock on 1. Took a little longer than he probably would have wanted it to, and Xenix is there to respond.
I think he's gonna make it. Robin responding though, trying to find himself a place to play from inside here. Entropy versus Entropy here. Iva's good knock there.
Harlow jumps over the top spot. No, he was visible to the door, and he's gonna go down because of a nail up with a hero play jumping in from the side, finds them both. I mean, I wouldn't even know where to look at this hero map, to be honest. These players are so creative with getting into the weirdest spots, and you just oh no, he fell down. Does Riz must have heard this.
Oh, he heard Riz. He heard it. He saw him.
Died. Oh, he shoots him through there. Nail up. This is a miss win. There's no other way around it. Super Jack sprinting around for the kill. They know they have it, and there you go. This.
PUBG players from Europe West, Europe East, and Middle East and Africa are heading back to the battlegrounds to show off their skills and to define a new champion. This is PUBG Continental Series 5. Let's see how it works. The tournament kicked off in early August with open qualifiers across the 3 regions. Europe's top challengers battled through tough qualifier rounds, each hoping to earn their places in the next phase of the competition. The best 15 teams from each open qualifier progressed to their respective regional playoff events. Here, they're joined by 9 squads invited to the stage directly. These 24 teams will be split into 3 groups of 8 before competing together across 3 tournament days. The top 3 teams from each regional playoff, that's 9 teams in total, advance to the PCS5 Europe Grand Finals. Awaiting them there are 7 of the region's best squads, bringing this elite lobby to 16 rosters. The Grand Finals takes place across 3 weeks, starting September 18th, with matches played on Saturdays and Sundays. Just like PCS4, in PUBG Continental Series 5, the team with the most prize money at the end of the tournament will be crowned champion. Squads earn funds based on weekly leaderboards. The teams with the most chicken dinners each week place higher in the standings, with TIE's teams separated by their total kill points. Each week, teams will earn a share of the weekly prize money on offer. This amount increases as the event goes on. $60,000 for week 1, $70,000 for week 2, $100,000 for week 3. In addition, $20,000 in special prizes will be awarded at the end of the tournament, bringing the total prize money to $250,000. So that's PCS5 in a nutshell. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the battlegrounds. Get ready for PUBG Continental Series 5. After fighting through open qualifiers, 15 of the toughest challengers from the Middle East and Africa, Europe West and Europe East meet 9 invited squads in high-octane regional playoffs. There, rosters will battle it out for a chance to compete in the PCS5 Europe Grand Finals, where they can take their shot at the $250,000 prize pool. And that's not all. PCS5 is the last chance to earn those all-important PGC points, and the Grand Finals winner will be invited to the PUBG Global Championship directly. The Grand Finals action takes place every weekend from September 18th to October 3rd. Watch the stream and support your favorite team at PUBG Continental Series 5. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome everyone to the PCS5 regional playoffs here for Europe West. I'm Toby, joined by Frost, and we are in for an absolute stellar day today. If yesterday's games are anything to go off of, Frost, I don't even know what to expect today, honestly.
I mean, after yesterday's start with all those kind of rough circles, I mean, just look at the last game we had with a circle on Miramar. They're going down to the southwest on the island. It's like, that kind of things, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen in games like this. And us getting that in the first day, anything can happen today, as you said.
It's going to be wild. Yesterday we had some amazing games. If you didn't watch them, I strongly recommend that you go back and, as you said, for us, at least give that last match a look, because that was a pretty damn interesting one, all the way down to that south side. But overall, I mean, a pretty at the end of things, a lot of the teams that we expected to do good did, and then out of nowhere, Last Dance, they just outperformed everyone. That's a lot to say, but at least they played 2 games. Get themselves 2 wins in the very first. That's wild.
That is more than wild. I mean, they only played 3 games yesterday. 3 games on Miramar, and them getting 2 wins. Then you have a team like Entropy, of course. We saw them play every game yesterday. It went really good, right? They got themselves a win, but they also had 3 second places on the board as well. a lot of kills, of course, are backing up, but if they keep on playing like that, it's just a matter of time before we see them get another win here.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that Entropic will not be going away from this qualifier with only one win. I mean, if yesterday's performance is anything to go off of, as you say, it's literally a matter of time. They didn't finish a single game outside of top 6. Like, they were in the run for the final every single match, and that 6th place they got in the 3rd game, that was one of those where it still could have gone either way. So, a very, very, very impressive plays coming out from Entropic. Of course, for those of you guys who didn't tune in yesterday, there has been quite a few roster changes and team changes. The entire Redline pickup team has been picked up by Entropic, and the former Entropic roster has split up and gone to different other rosters. So Entropic, not your usual lineup, but I mean, for the former Redline guys, that is exactly the way you want to start under a new banner.
Oh, 100%, 100%. And the big thing with them is that a lot of the times we didn't see them with all 4 up even. It would be 2, maybe 3 players up towards the end, but they're still playing like they were 4 people up, and they're taking every fight. And that's what you want to see. You want to see that, not just turtling down, waiting for something to happen. They are creating the moments themselves.
Another team that I am looking forward to see how it will perform today. Of course, we will show you here real quick the schedule and everything for the day. We are starting on a Wrangle. That's probably the most unusual, if anything, off of what we've seen so far. We usually, at least over the last couple of tournaments, have started on Miramar and then finished off the day on a Wrangle. We will be starting on a Wrangle, and then, of course, halfway through, once we hop over to Miramar, all the guys from Group... Now I have to watch out what I'm saying. Half the lobby will leave and be taken over by the other group. We are playing, of course, with 24 teams, as you saw just before, coming into this tournament. So for some of the teams, Group B today, they'll get to sit through the entire day. But Group A and C, they only have 3 games to perform.
But, I mean, 3 games is more than enough. Just to ask Last Dance, right?
True.
They only needed 2 to start things off yesterday. But, yeah, we're going to start off with Group B and C today. So, the 2 groups that only played 3 games yesterday will be starting off the first 3 games here. And then, afterwards, we'll be swapping out Group C for Group A, the ones who played 6 games yesterday. It's a little bit of a mess here, but you know, you'll get it. You'll see when the teams come in later on. And of course, as you saw the schedule here, starting off with free Erangel and then free Miramar, it kind of worked out yesterday. I feel like it wasn't too bad, but of course we saw some team that were doing way better on one of the maps, like Dangerous Dolphins. They had a really good start, for example, on Erangel, and same with the Verprox. But Verprox didn't have the same kind of caliber when it came to Miramar later on. So we'll have to see what happens with them, because we're going to see them only playing Miramar today. And yesterday, they had 2 second places. We saw Foot, for example, with that Arm getting 10 kills in the second game. Can he do the same thing today, but on Miramar? That's a big question.
Oh, that would be absolutely insane to see. If he could do anything remotely close to that, I'm gonna be all hyped. That's for sure. It's weird though, or interesting, because I feel like now that we talked about Dangerous Dolphins as an example, I feel like Erangel is a much more forgiving map when you don't have all the info on all the teams. And believe me, when you have 24 teams here, some of them teams you might not have played against before, you can't expect everyone to know everything about their opponents. It's not the PELs where you have 96 games against the same 15 other teams. It's a lot of matches to play against. That's a interesting angle to watch the plane from. Don't think I've seen it like that before. But we are hopping in to game number 1 of the day, and I just want to finish off my point here in saying I think Erangel is much more forgiving. If it doesn't work with vehicles, there are more forest areas and whatnot that you can play around, which is also what Dangerous Dolphins did yesterday. Whereas once we got over in Miramar, we noticed as soon as they got into those cars and tried to find a place to go, they were being shot at by everyone. And whenever they got out of the car, they would pretty much, I don't want to say explode instantly, because it did have some really good late game placements. They were just under fire constantly. So Miramar, more open, just more tough to play really in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, you want to see a team like that. Like, either you rotate a little bit early so you don't run into every team, or you just like rotate less. Try to take more central point from the start to play from, so you don't need to rotate as much, and maybe even you don't need vehicles at that point, because every time we saw them kind of over-rotating a little bit and very late. So coming in, all the other teams have already set themselves up. But that doesn't matter, because we got ourselves, they're not playing in this game right now. And yeah, as we can see, we don't really have a fight going on in Pochinki here. Not yet. Maybe we'll have it later.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't jinx it. Here we got Greg with the deagle. I'll do it for Sims. Give him the deagle headshot. We know he's been waiting for it ever since the gun got in the game, but no deagle kills early on. Two teams I want to say keeping my eyes maybe a little extra on for the start of today is one of them. Well, Vanir, right in the middle of the picture, didn't have the most stellar performance yesterday. I mean, overall, it was I don't even want to say decent start. I mean, they had sub 10 finishes in all 3 games. They didn't seem like things were really going in their fashion. The thing is, I know what they're capable of. Yeah. They can go out and do incredibly well. But having said that, they are also usually one of the teams that thrive better in lobbies where they know what they're up against. And I can't really fault them for not having all the info on all their opponents, as we talked about before yesterday. But now they got to play 3 games, so they get to play even more. I hope they can use whatever info they managed to obtain yesterday and make that work in their favor today and become the kind of slaughterhouse bystanders we've seen before.
Yeah, I mean, basically, yesterday you could, or for today, you could gather so much information from yesterday's games if you weren't unsure of where the teams were dropping, how they like to play the games, and so on. This is a team I'm looking for to see a better performance coming out today. It's going to be Apex. We saw them yesterday. Again, not really great performance. They got a 6th, a 7th, and a 9th place, and they only had 4 kills. I'm expecting more from these guys. And you got to remember, today is the day that they're going to be playing 6 games. So it's not just a bad run. You got to make sure it goes well from the start here. And hopefully they don't lose people on rotations. We saw yesterday how I think Simsi died in 2 of the games pretty early on rotations. Very unlucky, because basically it was just like 2 guys in vehicles and one of them got shot out, and was Simsi both of those times. And losing one play in early, it could be crucial for the late game for a team like Apex.
Yeah, it would be real sad to see that if it happened once again. Because I mean, as we kind of talked about them yesterday too, in the regard that they're a team that if they can get off to a good start on a day, hell, they can go. I mean, we've seen them take 3 wins in a day. I mean, they can go out and deliver in that fashion. Now we talked about when you're just before. That's Yord with the 6x barrel, shooting a little, jumping towards the vehicle. You know what? I like that. I like what we just saw from him. He shoots, he backs off. He didn't hear them leave. He goes, great, they are not leaving, I'm dipping. Always have the car parked in a way that you're ready to leave if you have to. I like that. He didn't have to go. He heard them accelerate and leave, but he was ready for it. He was ready to disengage, use that fire escape. Didn't have to, got to stay. That's nice, but smart playing anyway from Yord there.
Yeah, also waiting up, of course, for Yellow, his teammate there, to join up on him. And right now we see that Vanir had a 2-1-1 split so far. It's pretty early into the game here so far, only 4.5 minutes in, so everybody's still rotating, trying to find their spot. And I mean, that would be a great spot actually to crash there, because a lot of the teams, they are going to be split up. They're going to have 2, maybe even just 1 guy in a compound just holding it, trying to take a lot of ground and just shooting and trying to get people to move away. And that's exactly what we saw here with Vanir. But that's why it could also be the chance to actually crash it if you feel like this is the place we want to play the game from. We think we're going to win from here.
Yeah. Another team that I'm kind of keeping my eyes on, the second team of the 2 that I want to mention. That's actually a guys down on Military. Heroic. They finished off their only 3 games yesterday. They finished off their final one with a very, very, very impressive win up on the south side of Severny. Solid plays through the forest, took control, wrapped down, and kind of wiped out the teams in the end there. And them coming off of a good win yesterday, I want to see that momentum keep going. It's very difficult and sometimes too much to ask to kind of carry momentum over from one day to another. But again, it's similar to what I just said about Apex. If Heroic gets off to a good start, sometimes, I mean, there can be no stopping them at all. And for the rest of the server here, only having 3 teams go through, if Heroic gets off to a good start, I hope they find a way to stop them, because they can be incredibly terrible.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic is one of the teams we've seen.
Not terrible, terrifying.
We've seen them play in like PCS and stuff like that before, and we know what they're capable of, and they should be able to pull that through. But you also got to remember that they did swap out one of the players.
No!
Was that all the way from the forward?
He pulled it in from the city! He pulled... Oh,
that's a feels bad moment.
We talked about not losing a player, unfortunately, early in the game.
Oh, don't lose you.
Don't lose 2. That will be even worse. Oh, get away, Number. Get away. You just lost. And the worst thing is, okay, he wasn't. Okay, so wait, he wasn't even inside the city. He was actually up in yellows. The worst thing is, you know what? As frustrating as it can be, if I'm rotating in a car and I hear someone shoot at me with a bolt, I'm not scared. Like, I'll just keep driving because he doesn't hit those, right?
Yeah.
But
apparently he does.
but then sometimes it does happen, and all you can do is, I mean, of course, yes, maybe you could have rotated elsewhere, but you also kind of just gotta give him. You gotta give it to him. I mean, Carlo, frustrating that you go down early, sure, but when you pop a guy out of a car with a bolt like that, is also one of those. You know what? I hate you, but damn it, good shot, buddy. I just wish it wasn't on me, but good shot.
Just anybody else than me.
Gotta give
Take my
respect on a good
teammates
hit there. Exactly. Gotta give respect on a good bold action shot there.
Yeah, just to go back on the point on Heroic, they did swap out one of the players. We talked about lineups earlier. Bascu's not with Heroic, or he's benched right now, and instead, Heroic is playing with Kurexi now. That is a former Entropic player, the old Entropic, not the Entropic that is playing right now. Very confusing.
So many roster changes, but I mean, it's what keeps the game fresh, in the sense that that rosters swap out, players bring something to a team. I mean, for example, for now, Beamy, right? He's playing in a server right now against his former teammates, and not that he's gonna be, oh yeah, I know everything they're planning on doing. But believe me, if they find themselves in a 4v4 in the end game up against Vanir, Beamy will have an advantage in knowing this guy is good at this, or this is how I kind of push his buttons. This is what we can do to push them. Okay, Yord is usually the one holding the flank. Like, they will know what they are going up against, having a player on their team that has played with the other roster before. So the more of these team changes that we see, the more kind of interesting I feel like these, especially late game situations, become.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to what you're feeling like, what kind of play you need to roster to make sure that you have a good playing field with as well. You want to have a little variety of players, someone who can entry frag a lot, someone who can snipe, making sure that you have a good balance between all of that. Meanwhile, we do see Enterprise here. They got a 2-2 split. Not too bad, but at the same time, M-Force is scouting them out, and it's a good position from M-Force here. They can get gathered information, see maybe that it's only 2 in there. We might crash it in the next circle if we like it, but currently, as you can see right now, they're a little bit on the western side. They got great rotation routes from there, so they don't really need to crash it right now.
Exactly.
Unless they get a knock and they know it's only 2, they might want to go for it.
And that's the thing, right? Because for M-Force right now, I mean, they get themselves a good win yesterday. That kind of allows them to play things a little slower today. But having that position in the forest on the west side there, it gives them so much maneuvering room. You can see now Double already starting to rotate down south around. Yes, Deadrix is shooting at him, but he will be able to get to the guy. Oh, does he go for Volcano? They don't know. They have no idea that Yike's already up here. Okay, now they're going back around. Okay, so they did realize. I think he might have seen Xenix on the rotation, because if they didn't, that would have been incredibly scary all of a sudden. I thought they were just rotating straight into the compound, but seemed like they initially wanted just a little part of Volcano. Fortunately, they thought better of it, and Double got away safe.
And now we see Skade coming up on Stalber, and Heroic getting himself inside the circle. Now the second circle is about to pop, so they're coming in a good time here, being on the rotations, being in speed, while everybody else is stationary right now. You can see Heroic, they're going to drive straight in now. Probably going to scout out a little bit and end up towards shelter area there.
Heroic can really get some prime territory. If they beat Yikes, you can see they're kind of driving side by side right now. If they beat Yikes down to the shelter side of things, or if they maybe contest Mika inside the compound on that south side there as well, they could be in a real good spot. But actually, it seems to me... Okay, wait, are they still driving? All the names got on top of each other real quick, so I'm not quite sure as to whether they kept going or not. A bit of a traffic jam on the southwest side of the map. In the meantime, you see Rise and Win. They were doing the same thing, trying to go down and claim territory in Yasnaya, but literally pulled up right in front of them. And here you have them, Yikes. Seemed like they stopped. It actually kind of forced Heroic to bounce further south around. So Shift W will be the ones victorious in terms of claiming territory. The only issue is they're in a very wide 2-1-1 split, and if Heroic decides to pull up as 4, that could be them in trouble. And you can see here already, Brax doesn't even peek it. Here's the vehicle going, nope, not having any of that, because I'm alone here and it's too risky.
Yeah, probably got some information from Mike as well, that is sitting in junkyard there, and just scouted out that, well, the full team is coming towards you. And yeah, we see a lot of teams right now just rotating, trying to find their position inside the circle. We're going to see a little bit less of splits now going on as well. A lot of teams, they want to group up now. It's getting crucial at this point because there's a much higher chance than in Circle 1 that a team will want to crash you right now. And if you're just 2-man there, you might have a hard time holding it, especially if you can't get that initial knock on the pull-up itself.
And I know I say this often, but I'm going to keep saying it until more players get better at doing it. It's the art of a good disengage. Like now we saw it both with Braxco, we saw Yort being ready to leave, before which he then in the end didn't have to do. But being good at leaving spots, just especially in this tournament format, being good at disengaging and regrouping with your teammates, or just being too, like, kind of going back over to the other part of your split and realizing that you could take the fight and maybe you will win, but also there's a good chance you won't be able to do that, is so important. It's so important to be good at, because so many times we see someone, oh wait, they're pulling up, oh I should get to my car, oh wait, I parked it wrong, okay, I guess I'm not leaving, oh well, now I'm dead. I mean, it's so important to be good at doing, and unfortunately, not always do players, it seems, kind of keep that in mind when parking cars and compounds and whatnot.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that. But sometimes you can't always punish it as well. We saw Black yesterday in the first game, right? They disengaged twice, and then they ran straight into the snip that was just on foot rotation, and that is something you don't expect if you're a team like Black there, but they played that very well with the disengagements. They tried to engage it. They didn't get those initial knocks that they wanted to have when pulling up, and then they were like, well, this is not worth it. We're not going to win anything. Let's just pull back. And they did that great, but it didn't work out though.
The day I see a game 1 of an open qualifier round where everyone just seems to know what their opponents are doing and understand everything, that's the day that I get very suspicious, because open qualifier round 1s are there for the wait, what? You're not supposed to be there kind of moments, and that's exactly what happened to Black yesterday. Circle centers up pretty much as can be, and, well, I mean, while we talked about Erangel being more forgiving and better to fight around in the open, if there's an open area on Erangel, I think this is exactly where we're headed.
And then you have Veneer in the middle, on the high ground, able to shoot at everyone and everything they want later on.
Let's see now if they're ready to hold off. Yikes, going full speed forward. Are they committing to it, or are they taking the dip below? Seems like they're stopping below. Smart play, no reason to go up and contest. But now for Veneer, I mean, they have to be even more ready, because believe me, if something happens, if another team does decide to crash Heaven, Yikes could very easily be the first ones to full speed sprint up that hillside. So now they know there is a threat lurking just out the door, and they have to keep that in mind, especially considering the fact that they're actually still maintaining their two-way split with Glasshouse on the north side.
That dip is not too bad, but at the same time, it is kind of visible for many. Well, yeah.
That's your saying.
Yeah. And it's a little bit early, but it could work out. But right now, we're seeing them fall apart here right now. Get him taken out by the snip over there on Match, and just taking them out one by one. And also, if you're going here like this, you can see how many smokes they already utilized. Now, nades are raining down from Veneer. They're like, hey, okay, we'll join this party as well. And you're going to get your tires popped. You're not going to be able to save all the vehicles. So it's a little bit of a gamble taking that early on.
Yeah, it's dangerous. Again, I mean, as you're alluding to, utility usage alongside with keeping your vehicles intact, you have to be real smart about how you play an area like that, especially early on in the game. You have to know approximately where your opponents are, and if you don't, as soon as you do realize, you have to be able to adapt incredibly quick. Get those cars reparked as fast as you can to block off the scary angles. Try and see if you can park the cars in a way so the tires aren't visible to opponents. And yeah, sometimes that's just a little too much to ask, especially if you don't have USs or something bigger that can grant you the extra cover.
Yeah. You can see all the teams have set themselves up towards the center right now, having a compound. It's great. You can shoot at everything and everyone. Shift W taking a lot of shots on Enterprise. First finds one, but they're also going to try to blow that car up. That's the only cover. The only thing to believe with. It's now gone, and they have to utilize a lot of smoke there. He might be able to get away, but we'll have to wait and see. Is he going to get that rest?
I mean, he's going for it. And I respect it. I don't see how they get away from here alive, but at least try and keep your teammates up a little bit longer. Who knows? Maybe you get a lucky northwest shift going your favor. Let's see, Greg, now up against pretty much the entirety of Last Dance. They started off yesterday with 2 wins. We'll see now if they can start off equally good here on the first game of today.
Yeah, and it's a good push. You can see here Cards on the flank as well, getting that vehicle and getting on the other side, making sure that he can get that pinch down. That means that his teammates can move up a little bit. We do see that Mama is down, though. He is knocked on top there, but it's only a first knock, so there's no real stress there right now to get him out.
Wait, did he read that? I think he did Enterprise do this. Danny actually just crashed down into the museum. That is huge. They read the Shift W split. They realized they were all 4 over there, and they went to take their position. The only issue is only half the team got down there. Now Dreadrix is on his own. Yeah, ain't gonna have advantage. He's taken down. They fall, and that's gonna be the end of at least half the Enterprise team. But super smart split, or super smart play from Yanni and his teammates to go down and take the position early.
Yeah, and we got a new circle, of course, and that's what we see. So many teams are rotating in here. Rise of Wind coming in here. Elska in the middle of everything.
What is going on? Mika's ran over Elska. What the hell am I watching here? Everyone is running around on top of one another. The vehicles take up more space than players, and Ben's straight down on his stomach trying to stay alive while Daz is just lopping nades on over.
It was a little bit too far. Is that the last one up for Rise and Wind? Yes, he is.
Oh, that's good nade. Wait. Nope, that's probably a smoke.
Oh, he's getting shot though in the back by Skate as well.
That's you're in trouble, mate. Here comes, okay, we're a team pulling up. This is what I was talking about before. The split, they opted to maintain a 2-way split. Now they get pulled up on by Wear Team, and well, Flammy and Keanu just weren't ready for it. Either that, or, I mean, you can see Jordan Yellow, now they come down to help, but they already have 1 down. They need to really hold off here, and they need to do so fast.
Yeah, it's going to be rough here with 1 down already. You can see Kino trying to find something from the rooftop there, but Wear Team is all inside the glass house now.
Good nade, good nade. No damage done though, unfortunately.
Still have 1 more nade though on Yellow.
Oh, I can't get inside the building. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Yellow still does have 1. Knows they're all downstairs. Keanu can give the audible cubes. That's a double kill right there.
That's a good one.
Yep, finds the double. 1 flush, 1 knock, 2v3 now. 3v2, I should say, in favor of Vanier. They know they're downstairs again. Look at this, Keanu pushing down the stairs now, realizing, great, I have the position. Oh, that's a good flash. They've got to be wide up for that one. Yep, not seeing anything, at least initially. No, he shot his teammate. No, Skewy. Oh, Jordan Vanier lived to fight another day, but that's a full flash. You hear the audible cue, just start shooting, and unfortunately, you shoot your teammate in the back of the head. And now trying to hold off, finds Yuri. And this fight with Havoc and Last Dance is lasting a little longer as well.
Ooh, Danny, good tag, but will it be enough though? No, it's not. Gorilla does find Gregan in the end there. And they can recover a little bit maybe, but at the same time, they are getting pushed by Interpreted Foxes, so they need to be careful right now. They're coming in hot from the north.
Oh, this is such a tough position to have to fight from, because you know you have entropy over on the other side of the hill. Can't really overcommit to it, but that's a solid nade coming through. Both of them gone down, and Last Stands will fall as a result of it. Calvin taking down the fight here between Heroic and Apex. Apex trying to hold off. The drive-by comes through from Page, takes down Intense, and that's Apex down as well. This open terrain forcing teams to fight way earlier than what we normally would. And keep in mind, we still have over half the server not inside the next circle yet.
Yeah, and inside the next circle, I mean, there is not a lot to play. If you're not on the western side, we have a little bit of high ground and dips to play. It's going to be super rough right now. For a team like Heroic, they did wipe out Apex, but they're pretty far out still. Meanwhile, we do have Enterprise versus M-Force here in the museum, which is barely inside the next circle. Dogs to go down here. And from the look of it, Enterprise might be able to win out this fight here.
Yeah, keep in mind, they've been here as 2 the whole time.
Yeah.
They have to hold off. It's a tough task, given that they're still somewhat outside the circle. Jenny is just exactly inside. Double is on this side. Does he see him from the height of the wall? Yep, he does. Eyes on. Fortunately, Jenny has level 3 gear, or at least the helmet there, so able to tank a few more bullets.
Those tags are good enough for them to make a move, though, because now they know that he needs to met up. So that gives them a little bit of time to move up towards the house itself and getting a little bit closer and getting more information with sound cues.
Yeah, they know they have Shift W over in Alamo, so they can't push around the east side. Double was really playing on the edge there. Now, Yikes, they've pushed over, they've taken the top. We said it before, if Veneers takes a fight, Yikes pushes up, and that's exactly what they did. And here comes the nade barrage. 1 down, 2 down. Seiko and Kleinman forced to just prone it all through, trying to stay alive down here. And you can see these angles are just so brutal to have to peek. Fortunately, right now, though, for Yikes, they aren't getting shot from elsewhere. But as I say that, other teams are starting to shoot.
Yeah, it's a big fight's going on. And meanwhile, we see that Veneer is trying to leave Heaven here, actually. They don't want to be part of this fight. They want to get themselves into the next circle, making sure that they have a good position to hold them out later on. Because they know this fight will be dragged out a little bit, and both of the teams are forced to fight it. Meanwhile, of course, we do see T-Bone in the distance a little bit to the south here, taking shots as well towards this fight right now.
Yeah, might as well. They have space enough right now to sit tight. So see if you can find some more kills going your way, Kleineman. Those find one Xenix when aggressive. Pays the price for it. Duff alone now on the hillside has good eyes on Heroic, and they want to deal with him. And they do. They tag him up instantly. 2 tags from Correxi forces him down in the stomach again. And fortunately for Heroic, he's going to be forced off by Blue. It's not Counter-Strike. You can't remove the mollies with smoke scrandies. It's not how it works.
Well, let's see if he created a good pathway for himself here.
Ooh, gets to jump in, but nope. Double sees it. Double read it. Was ready for it. Follows the spray on through the smoke. Duff, 1 HP. Not gonna stay alive either. Let's see. I knew there was someone up there. Takes the shot. Finds him. Now Kilyakai from the side. Takes down T-Bone. They still have the comfort of the compound, but right now Heroic just have to outlast them. Look at this. They're inside the circle. Shift W are not.
I'm pretty sure that Shift W still have a few vehicles in the Alamo, though, because they were playing from there for so long, and they were shooting towards Heaven earlier, making sure that those people up on Heaven could not shoot back down on them and take out their tires. But we'll have to wait and see what happens, because they also have M-Force behind them, as you can see right now, towards Museum. Double goes down, though, to Brexco, so that's a good find. But they still need to open up a little bit more to be able to get inside the next circle.
Was T-Bone halfway up towards Snip? Wait. Oh, Forex! Living on the edge here, my friend. That's very close to death. Had to get the vehicle out. And now I assume, yeah, he should be able to get double up pretty easily, but I don't see how they get away from here alive. I'm a little curious, though, as to how, why T-Bone was where he was. Maybe we'll get a replay of that later. I'm not sure, but seemed like he was kind of in the middle of nowhere, where his teammates still had a dip to play from. Maybe we'll get a look on that one later.
We see a lot of teams fighting on the west side here, up here on the high ground, because this is one of the most playable areas right now. The rest is pretty much open on the eastern and the center of the circle.
Okay, so I was just seeing a lot of people dying to themselves. All of a sudden, I was like, wait, what's going on here? Also, how did Guess Who manage to knock himself with a vehicle when he literally drove like 10 meters?
Well, it's not the time to knock yourself right now either.
Nope, not at all. Atomical knows exactly where that happened. Nate's going through. Bliss will find Guess Who with the nade. Molly just a little short of Billum, so he will stay alive. Nice angle from Atomical, though. Spots him on the side. Fine falls down. Damage done in return, but has plenty of space to maneuver.
Good push from Entropy, though. Reading that little mistake there from Guess Who, and make sure that they have the time to move up there and try to make something happen against Entropy Foxes. Meanwhile, Veneer, though.
Solid shots coming through. Look at the damage being done here. More nades thrown forward. 3 from Shift W down in just a matter of seconds. It's just Brax on his feet right now. And if there's one team that's happy with this, that's Heroic. They do not want to have to deal with the entire team right next to them there. But pull up, despite not really having any room to move around, they did so much damage in a real short time to Shift W. And here comes Skate.
Skate, are they gonna pull up here as well? Yeah,
in between all of it?
Well, it's a risk you have to take sometimes. Oh no, it's on fire as well.
The hip fire doesn't work out. Misa falls down. Anonymous does manage to take one out. No! So much Sikoa dies to the explosion from the vehicle as well. Now Misa got exploded by it too. There are way too many corpses up on that plateau. We have to count boxes. I feel like half the server has either been in or around that plateau at some point this game. This is absurd, and the circle just went over there. Look at this. I think there's 3 or 4 dead teams. There are like 8, 9, 10 crates up here.
If you need loot, this is the place to go to.
There are so many dead players here. It's absolutely insane. Shift W, while all that happened, they had a chance to somehow get all their players back on their feet. Look at the amount of crates. This is insane.
It's a graveyard.
You can be scrolling for ages if you set yourself up in the middle there. Let's see. Entropy. Well, they've fought their way so far. Unfortunately, this vehicle doesn't look like it's up for yet another rotation. Anonymous on fire will, I think, should be able to get the first hit off. No trouble there. You have, I think, probably around 2,000 smokes if you loot all the crates here, so you should be able to stay alive for a little while longer. Ooh, number. Solid tag. Takes you out of the vehicle.
But Kino does respond on that. It gets 2 of them.
You take one of mine, I take 2 of yours. Solid shots from Keanu.
Atomico, though, he's going to go for the rest here. The blue is closing in. He's not going to have a lot of time to work with here. But right now, Veneer is not pushing up. They're taking a little bit slower approach. They're not expecting this revive right now.
No, and they did not expect to get double tapped by Keanu there either. You have to make a run for it, buddy. You cannot rest him here.
Yeah.
There's simply no time. Keanu headshot. Snip really helping out a lot. Like, really helping and dropping out of a lot on this side. Seiko does find one. Keanu now down to blue. Number falls as well. Kleineman gets the flush. And now it's just Atomical left alive on one side. Jord on the other, trying to get out of here alive. And in the meantime, both Shift W and Heroic can kind of chill this one out while the teams on the north side fight it through.
And that's Veneer out. Kleineman does find him, but he does get found by Atomical straight afterwards. So then, yeah, right now, last man standing for Entropy here. We got it. Atomical. But Heroic, they've just been chilling over there, shooting at everybody. It just right now is the time for him to just push up there and clean things up.
Solid shots coming through from Seiko there. Keanu will get a kill confirmed on Lips here because he kept crawling, so the bleed didn't take him out earlier. Correct. See, went for the peek on Seiko. Doesn't want to commit to it, though. They want to wait and see what Shift W does here. This is, I mean, the fact that Shift W is still up with 3 is all Chris. They were all down. They had Chris left alive after all the nades coming through from pull-up. They had Chris alive with like 4 HP. He got healed up, and because all the action then commenced on the plateau, he had time to get the reses in. And look at this shift.
Yeah.
Well, that shifted W? West W? I don't know.
I see what you did there. Well, yeah, Heroic is going to need to fight their way in there. I'm not sure how many smokes they have left, but as you can see, there's not a lot of cover for them to work with. Meanwhile, Shift W, they got a full graveyard over there to pick whatever they want to play with. And also, they have the cover to work with. Let's see. What do I want here today? Yeah, I'll go with this one. Another smoke? Okay, why not?
You don't need a 6th sense to see dead people on that plateau. That's for sure. Kiliak, I mean, they're in a perfect spot right now. If Heroic wins this, that would be insane. Knowing the skill set, of course, of the Shift W players, I mean, they have to do something like this. They need to just send it forward. They need to go one more tree forward if they want to get inside the circle here. Page falls down. Bragg, solid connections there. That was their safety player from behind, and now they've kind of swapped places here. Shift W, I mean, Heroic has taken the spot Shift W
all the utilities coming out.
Yeah, they are both on fire. Correxy down there. Still Seiko left alive. Keep that in mind. Beamy on his own here, though. I do believe that, fortunately, nades aren't really of many. Mollies either. Seiko, if you can somehow do something here. If the thing is, he's not going to peek. I mean, he needs Beamy to help, but...
You're peeking the wrong team as well.
He's peeking the corpse.
Well, Seiko is the wildcard. Seiko and Beamy, they need to work together if they want to make something happen against Shift W. It's going to be hard if not.
Ooh. Yeah, they somehow have to work together to take down Shift W, and I'm just not seeing how it's going to happen. He can push forward, and I don't think Beamy will want to try and shoot at him. Oh, yep, okay, so he does see him. Chris knows exactly where Seiko is. Oh, that's a good flash. You're blind. Wait,
Corexy's still alive, though.
Correct.
He could get the
no, he died. I was just going to say Corexy literally crawled all the way over there without getting shot at. Beamy dies, and this should have Shift W written all over it. Seiko, unless if you can pull off some sort of absolute madman performance, this should be a German-Austrian win. Let's see. Seiko, flash is thrown in. He can't even say, he can't see anything. As I say that, he does find one, but immediately traded, and Shift W net themselves their first win of this tournament so far. It was a matter of time before it was going to happen, but there they go. They find it, and a good win for them. They rotated south early for us. They got some circles going their way, but when they had to move out, they took the fight aggressive. They knew how to do it, and Chris, the medic, kind of brought them back in it.
Yeah, I mean, they played out really well with Sodom when they were in the Alamo. It's usually not a good idea to have all 4 in there, but they played that so well, made sure that no one was shooting out the tires on the vehicles, holding out M4s from behind as well. And then when they moved out towards the plateau, towards the graveyard there, I thought, well, this is going to be rough because they were between so many teams and everybody was basically just dying and shooting everybody. But they somehow managed to stay alive. And yeah, Chris, good focus face there.
solid replay. The tongue tells it all. It's all full focus. You got to keep the tongue straight. It's full focus mode from start to finish. And there's gotta be, I mean, there must have been a ton of pressure on that guy, because I think he knew too that if I can just get like, if we can just kind of remain unnoticed, even though that's kind of hard to do after you've been fighting for so long, if we can get them back up alive and sort of let everyone else fight for a moment here, we have a chance to bounce back later in the game. And that's exactly what they did, because after they left Alamo, they start shooting like crazy people towards pull up early. But then once they get the players knocked, for a solid minute or two, they didn't really engage in anything. They were kind of just waiting for the right time to pounce. And then when they did, well, it worked out for them.
Yeah, and gotta say, solid play from Heroic as well, being able to get all the way over there, but also how they managed to take over the whole situation more or less until the last circle there. Except they were just waiting for the last circle. If that last circle would have gone more to the east or towards them or towards the center instead, it would have been maybe a totally another story written here in this game 1. But it went west. They tried their best. It didn't work out. Not this time. They already have a win under their belt though, so it's all good for now. A lot of kills added to that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Not a game that you can be disappointed by if you're a Heroic team. As you said, I mean, they had to fight their way through open terrain for pretty much the entire match, and the way that they do it up there in the end, I'm still a little curious about what happened in T-Bone's situation. Not sure what that was. We didn't get to see the full picture on that one, but as you said, I mean, they had that tree line on the west, which it was out of the circle by something like 5-10 meters. Had that been in, that would have given them three trees for cover, which, as you say, I mean, kind of could have made or turned that match around. But sometimes circles go against you, and sure did there as well.
Yeah, and I mean, overall, a good first game here we got ourselves to see. And, well, it was a little bit of everything, more or less. One thing that I wasn't really expecting maybe was that we saw a lot of teams actually diving towards the center so early, even though it was like so open, and taking those kind of areas where you don't want to play that early. You want to play them later on when the circle is more on your side, but going too deep to the center that early, it could, well, this is a great example of what could happen then. Too many people getting angles on you.
I think that's I'm going to call it a most chickens mindset. From now on, it's one of those, oh guys, we're just gonna get center and prone it out and let everyone else fight, because then we can pop up late and win the game. Kind of similarly to what Shift W did. The only difference was Shift W did it in phase 6, while other teams tried to do it in phase 2.
Yeah, exactly.
So I get the idea. Let's find a dip. We know it's center. Everyone else will be fighting, even if we're in a kind of crappy spot. Let alone the fact that we could okay, that's how it went down. Okay, that makes more sense. Let alone the fact that we are 4 up potentially against 2 or 3, and they have busted vests and helmets because they've been fighting. That's gonna give us the upper hand. But as you say, when you move that early, all the other teams around you are still in the comfort of not really having to worry about anything. It's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, I feel like in that situation, you're better off trying to take a spot where you can actually scout out those kind of dips that you want to play later on. And you can try to keep those free from people, or maybe even if you have the angles on those, you can make sure that you can clear that out. You can go there yourself later on if you want to take over and play from there. But going too early, it's not going to work out a lot of the times. Here we go. Match leaderboard from match 7, which is our first game of today. Shift W getting that win with 8 kills, and Heroic adding another 6 kills to the board there. And I mean, overall, it's very spread out, very even with the kills there.
Yeah, it wasn't really a game where any one team really had a chance to kind of steamroll their way through. And I think the leaderboard there showed. Whenever you were fighting, you would most likely have lost a player or two, and then you're just not set take another great fight going your way. So kind of dictated on that one. Last Dance still the only team with 2 wins so far. Now Shift W joined the ranks of the top teams, just 2 kills behind Heroic. So pretty solid performance from them coming into this one. And of course, I mean, they got plenty more matches to play here in day number 2. Of course, also tomorrow there will be an even amount of games played there, or equal amount of games played there as well. But for now, we're going to take a short break, guys. We'll be back with more Wrangle action in just a few moments. So stick around, and we'll see you again real soon. Game number 2 is on us. Game number 8, of course, overall in the grander picture. Solid game last game, forcing everyone out into the open incredibly early on, and Shift W getting away with a good win there. We still got 2 more games on Erangel. This one, of course, being one of them, and Heroic now having gone from military, seeming like they're flying northward this time.
Yeah, seems like they're gonna maybe go for South George here. Might be joined by Yikes. One thing we did see from Heroic that was really good is how they utilize the eastern side, the open area, to play that by themselves. But we saw all the other teams basically hurling up on the western and northern, meaning that it's going to be very congested. It's going to be very hard because you're going to get shot from so many angles. And then being able to play the open like that helped them out a lot, even though they didn't get the win this time. It's just a matter of time if they can keep on doing that.
Yeah, it's a scary team to go up against. I think that's the easiest way to say it, especially when they're feeling warm. So let's hope for them that the temperature remains the same for the rest of today's matches. Let's see now. Everyone's splitting out. I was gonna say no one fighting each other, and I guess there isn't anyone fighting each other real here either. Tixie allows for double to get away, but I do see Detrix with the barrel in hand. Nope, not gonna shoot. Away against double. Save on this side, and Circle on the other hand. Out towards the east we go for us.
It's not often we see Heroic getting the circle on top of them from the start. Let's be honest.
True.
It's always on the opposite side of them, but they're good on it. They know how to play that, so we'll have to see them wait and see how they're gonna play this one out. One thing though, that I feel like that we're seeing better of, or way better use of right now, is the use of utilities like nades and molotovs. People getting more comfortable, getting more precise with the use of having very few of those compared to like what we used to see, back in the days when you could just bunch up like 10 nades and just chuck them all over the place. People weren't that precise with them, but now people know that, well, you're going to have 1, maybe 2 on you. So you got to make those count, every single one of them.
Yeah, people for sure have been practicing the nades, and whether that just be by playing a lot more, or if they've actually cared to go in and do some more training with it, it's safe to say that people are more, as you kind of alluded to, more sparse with throwing utility. Like, they don't just spam it all over the place because they know they're going to have to need, or they're going to be needing it for fights to come later on. Having said that, I am still seeing people throw like 18 smokes to try and cross a 2-meter pass, and I'm like, well, you could have used 2, but I guess 18 works as well. So there is still that, but other than that, I mean, overall, I'm pretty glad to see, for the most part, that teams have gotten a lot better with it.
Yeah, and we can see on the leaderboard, of course, on the left side there, how a lot of the teams that have played 6 games are already up towards the top, while a fewer teams with 4 games played is towards the top right now. We saw 3 of them, of course, towards the top with a win each, and that's what you're expecting from this kind of few games played so far. And it's all about making able to maintain that kind of lead on towards the top there, because if you're only playing 3 games tomorrow, you want to make sure that you make a good impact here today at least.
Yeah, it's it's second to final day, right? And especially if your day tomorrow is a 3-game day and you don't deliver today, then you're kind of banking everything on a 3-day performance in the final, and that's, I mean, if you feel like pressure is on you coming into a tournament, if you're coming into tomorrow with 0 wins, maybe you didn't get all the kills you wanted, and you only have 3 games, and now we don't know how the leaderboard is going to look by the end of today, but odds are that I'm going to say one team probably will have 3 wins. Okay. You're forced to play incredibly well tomorrow, that's for sure.
Yeah, 100%. And we see a lot of teams rotating their way in towards the circle right now, trying to find themselves a position, while some of the ones towards the western side of the map, they're so far out from the circle that they take any time, make sure that they get exactly the setup they want to be playing out the game with before they start moving, because they're not going to get any prime position being that far away from the first circle.
It's fun to see how teams prioritize loot in particular differently. There are teams that will say, you know what, I'll gladly loot for an extra 2 minutes and be that much later to the circle, if that means I will get my barrel, I'll get my SLR, whatever the gun you want to play. They will, like, they don't mind looting extra in the blue. That's just 1 or 2 first aids extra that you need to pop in order to get. Like, if you're an edge team and a team that don't mind playing late anyway, you might as well stick around for a minute longer, because it's not going to change much in the bigger picture. Whereas there are teams that go, oh, the circle went to a spot we want to play from, let's go now. I know I only have a UMP, but hell, that's a gun too. I can use that until I get a better one. It's pretty funny to see how that's like one of the big differences in teams these days.
Oh, Beamy finds one from Weird Team on their rotation. Actually,
they were not expecting them to be looting there. I think they saw Heroic fly north and thought they were all kind of stuck, or not stuck, but still inside South Georgia itself. And here Skewer realizes that half the team is actually looting up containers. I do not think Skewer had any clue that was happening. And you see there, he leaves a little trail for them. How nice.
This is where my body is.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
Exactly. Especially when you're a player with the barrel and I think he had an SKS as well, and then you see 5.56 all over the place. I'm like, well, feels bad, man.
All right, let's see what do we have happening here. Enterprise and Entropy.
Well, it's a good nade.
The trade.
He does get him. Solid trade coming in. Detrix off of the side, finding one more as well. Down to 10 HP though, so he needs to back off and get healed on up. Brandis is here, but he's coming in late.
This is a big fight because this is so far out on the first circle as well. It is inside, but it's so far out. Caller does find another one here from Enterprise. Gonna find another one. Looking on the side. Trying to juggle peek a little bit, but doesn't really connect the shots. Ooh, there you go. A few connected shots there.
Yeah, he's going to be blind as well. Yep. Straight on the money. Atomical and Lipsy are both down right now, but they are kind of crawling out to safety. I'm just worried right now looking at them. Okay, so fortunately, there aren't really any other teams that can focus this one. We do have a team sitting up in heaven shooting down towards Enterprise, but at least for the sake of entropy, they're somewhat safe from other teams' third-partying. Tixie, throws an 8 forward. No damage done, only to the US, of course. That's one player back on his feet. Lipsia should be up for a res as well.
Yeah, they should get him up, no problem. Unless Grandy's got something to say about this. Now they know that there's a re-knock there on the wall as well.
Wait.
If they can make it.
Oh, doesn't spread.
It doesn't connect though. It doesn't connect.
They threw one more. Okay, so they're just exactly out of harm's way. I'm looking at the map right now and seeing Skate driving on the south side. You can just exactly not say, oh, he's down again. He's
Atomical.
Down again. Oh, wait, no, he survives. Actually manages to stay alive. The shots fired, Carlo. You know it's on you right now. You sat out the entire last game after you got a bolt to the face. So he's the one right now who has to do all the damage while his entire team is getting back on their feet.
Enterprise could have made a push on that, but they opted off to play a little bit more safe right now. We can see that Entropy got all of their players back on feet right now. Oh, good shot there from Grens, finding that one headshot, but not connecting more shots at the moment.
Yeah, can't find the one to find the knock. They're still down a player, and Detrix is actually missing a helmet too. Could be a pretty massive impact should one of these guys connect the bullet quickly over the top. Not a whole lot you can do against it. Carlo went for a vehicle, tried to see if he can maybe get a good off angle. Now they're taking the car and go away. Atomical, that is ballsy. Wanted to secure the car, takes it in the smoke, backs off, instantly takes a headshot, and I think he's out of helmet now as well.
This is a rough fight for both of the teams right now. They're losing, or they're using so much utilities, but also losing a lot of meds. Helmets and armors, as you're saying, are getting wrecked here.
And unfortunately, still, for both the teams, there aren't really anyone, other than the few shots you hear land behind them, which is from Havoc. There aren't really any other teams opting to third party. I think Skate must have heard something when they drove past, but smart as they are, I mean, also one of the more passive teams, they're like, you know what, we're not really in a hurry to third party this. If this means, like, if we don't take this fight and this means we can get into a better spot, we'll gladly prioritize that over maybe getting one kill or something from a distance down here.
Yeah, it is MC rule after all, and you want to keep people alive.
Yeah, oh, good damage.
Only 7 bandages left. Yammer only had 7 bandages left there.
Yep, imagine having to go straight into a next fight. you're just not in a good spot. And the thing is, I mean, if we look at it now, they're all backing off. So no one really gained a whole lot from this. I mean, okay, so in case the circle jumps back towards this earth map, we'll see now if that's going to be the case or not.
Oh,
well, okay, it's still
okay.
still in. I was going to say then you could make the argument that Enterprise won it by being able to maintain the main building. But right now, I mean, there's Alamo up for grabs for Entropy, and I think that's where they're going.
Well, this is kind of a repeat circle, a little bit towards what we saw in game 1. So let's see how the teams are going to play this one out. They got some more strats on the board after the last game there, how they saw the other teams play it out. So we'll have to see what they want to do now.
Lipsia went up and took over Alamo. He's alone up there, though. Now Yikes are coming in. Are they going for the same spot again? They got completely battered down here last game. You said they may have learned from last game. Last game they went here in phase 2 and got completely lasered. Now they do the same again.
It's the same. Snip is in Mansion again when Yikes were here in the last game. Remember that when they were taking all those shots? That was from Snip over by Mansion, and they're over there again.
Guys, Frost just asked you if you learned from your mistakes. I mean, okay, I'm not gonna call it a mistake yet, but off of what happened in the previous game, maybe they've just learned to do it different. We'll see. Shift W, full push down towards the skate split. Nuki very, very much alone in this position right now. Needs his teammates to come help. Oh, does manage to find Chris, though.
But he's on fire.
He is on fire, and that's enough molly fire for him to go down through it out for as well. Yep, indeed he does. Misa can't connect the spray, only finds one tag all the way through. But look at this help coming in from advanced. Renders finds one, Sikora finds one as well. Only Killiakai left alive for Shift W.
And he's in big trouble. He's only playing around that one smoke right now with a nade coming in that tags him up. Another one.
Forward bounce far.
Oh!
From a win straight to 16th place. How many times haven't we seen that before? And now Anonymous goes, well, we got that one. Bye! Now we can go back and play around the prison side instead, as we intended to do, I assume, earlier. But in the meantime, actually, Last Dance have gotten up in that position, and I was just going to say Anonymous might be in for a surprise here.
Yeah, they got to be careful. They did lose Nuki, of course, on that Shift W push there.
He's so dead.
Oh, that was
it was Godrilla. I was like, oh my lord, that's the fastest connected headshot I've ever seen. But it was like, wait, what? Still impressive nonetheless. Godrilla finds him, Anonymous falls down, and that's unfortunate because now, despite the fact that they cleared out Shift W, skated down to only 2.
Yeah, and we can see there's still, like, people are still just setting themselves up. Look at Apex 2-1-1 split, for example, on the eastern side. They're all just waiting for the next circle.
Yeah.
It's very few teams this time compared to the last game where we saw so many dip in towards the center already by this time, trying to get themselves into a good, better position. Now, they're opting off to wait a little bit more. Don't rush it in. Just want to keep everybody alive towards the end instead.
Exactly. Let's see. 30 seconds to go until the next circle will be shown. Heroic doing similar things up on the north side of the map in a 2-1-1 split, trying to scout as much as possible, get ready to rotate and figure out where they, I mean, if they have to leave, where they could potentially move. Down and around Mansion, down around Heaven, as you see here, everything is already taken. There are the dips that we saw utilized in the previous game up for grabs, still kind of out in the middle of the open. But those are sort of last resort places, as we said in the last game, hard to play around if you want to leave again. And well, I guess now it's shown we probably don't have to leave again. So 3, 2, 1, let the chaos commence.
Yeah, let's see what we're going to see. You see a lot of teams now trying to rotate in. Look on the southeast side there. You have the Last Dance. You have Apex moving in a big line there, basically just clearing everything and trying to scout out as much as possible, seeing what's free before they start moving in. They know that they're on the edge there.
I like the molly thrown out by Klein trying to stay alive for long, but now he spots one, spots the second as well. Can't connect on him, though. Double does get a tag on through. Really doing everything. Oh, that's a good nade. Get away, get away, get away, Kleineman. Didn't you see it? Didn't you see it? No, he didn't. He's dead. A lot of damage being done on the other side, though. M4's down to just double. A lot of people crawling around inside the building, trying to get back alive. And look at Snip. They know it. They've seen the action on the kill feed. They know how many knocks came through there. They just need one good spray, and that's 4 kills in the bank.
Straight in. They need to push this as quick as possible. Don't get the resist up.
Wait, what? Oh, he got him back on his feet. Vorix actually managed to stay alive, but there they go. Down all fall, and unfortunately Vorix allowed to get Zico down. This is, again, one of those situations where, okay, Sinister weren't there. You pushed as 2, or as 3, I should say, but...
The trade needs to happen. The trade needs to happen.
Peek it together, guys.
Like
don't. I mean, the fact that he not only has time to get the knock, but also get the flush and do damage to the next player. That's you not peeking it together when you had a chance to do just that.
But at the same time, they did recover pretty good though from that push. They wiped out M-Force and they have still 3 man up. They sent the circle, so still well played from them. Even though, despite they lost 1 player.
So the first 2 teams out are wait, does Benz not see Flammy? Oh, now he does. Right next to him. I was like, wait, are you playing 4-3 with Black Bar? So what's going on here? Now he does spot him, but it's too late. Solid reaction from Keanu, who was Flammy getting shot at, and he had no clue Benz was right next to him, and Keanu just peeks on over, double taps him. Very, very nice to have a player like that protecting you when you're peeking in the open.
Benz is a little bit far out from the compound, though. The rest of his team is inside the glass buildings there. And he should probably have been a little bit closer to make sure that he could get some cover, because in the forest there's so many places people can be in. And you saw how Benz almost missed Flame in there. That was basically next to him as well.
Well, they're still playing the forest. I like the fact that they're maintaining this 2-way split. They haven't been pushed by anyone, and I think they would have the audible cues, because no one can really do the whole... I mean, okay, sure, if you're coming from the northwest side, but you can't really do that silent pull-up to this spot right now. Other teams would be shooting at you, so in that way, even though the engine is silent, you'd hear them anyway. And, well, I guess we're just repeating games now, aren't we? Straight over towards heaven, and I assume Vanir is like, well... Remember that last game when we were the ones sitting up there? Why couldn't it be this one? Because everyone out east now has to make a move west, and Mansion is taken, Forest is somewhat taken, and the dips, well, they're going to be hard to maintain control of.
I like Weird Team, how they position themselves with that 2-1 split on the western side. You see Seraphi a little bit on the southwest there, scouting out that whole area, because he got control over it. He can see if anyone gets close to him.
If Apex goes all the way across here, that is a really smart play. One of the big... Oh, no, they're going for them. Oh, no. Don't, Calvin. Go left, go left. You're in the buggy. Go left, go left, go left. Don't go... no. And, okay, they're actually pulling up on this. They're full on pulling up on this one. Calvin went down early. Dog finds... Okay, Tegas. Intense finding 2 Tegas goes down in return. Intense goes down as well. 1v1, so many res as possible. But remember, Havoc is over the top, ready to do damage. Yikes do fall. Never learned from their mistakes, and I'm afraid Apex might fall instantly after Sims. He tried to stay alive for dear, but he's inside the car now trying to get out. He's gonna die. Here comes one more team. Pull up. Well, it's part of their name. They're gonna do just that. And where the plateau was the death pile before in the previous game, now we got ourselves a new one, and that's in hell, I guess. If that up there is heaven, this has got to be hell.
Meanwhile, we see Enterprise taking out the old graveyard from the previous game now as well. So we got 2 graveyards here on the field, I guess. Havoc still having control of Heaven, though, and we see that Skate is trying to make a move here. Mise lost 1 tire, but him and Sakura is still just plowing through the middle of the circle here, trying to find some dips to play from.
Yeah, the point that I was kind of alluding to before was we had 2 Western splits in a row. 2 shifts, I should say. 2 west shifts in a row. And if Apex read that, because there was really no one out on that west side. It was only Weird Team in a very, very wide split. If they read that and said, you know what? The circle just went towards the west twice. If we just full speed over in that direction, we can actually get a good position. And then, unfortunately, they opted to go to that one spot in that area of the map where there actually already were people, which ended up getting the downfall of them, or being the downfall of them.
Heroic pushing Rise and Win here. They got himself a first initial knock, and they're just going to push on it. They know that Rise and Win is forced out here from the blue as well. See Das there trying to met up, just got revived. But that might slow them down. Poro does find Das from the south side here. And right now, they're having a little bit of trouble getting away. The vehicle is busted now. You gotta get out.
Run. Mika's alive, but for how much longer, I'm not quite sure. Oh my. This game is
repeat.
literally ending in the exact same spot as the previous one did.
Okay, so the big question is what is gonna happen now? Because last game we saw a lot of teams being on the western side. The circle was a little bit more to the west, which means that you had the road inside, and that opted up for a lot of high ground, a lot of places to play from. But in this circle, it's not the same. You're gonna have that dip that pull up is in. That's basically a really good spot in this circle that we're seeing in the next one here.
Yeah, the fact that Heaven is still playable to such an extent, and the fact that no one has tried to contest it, because remember last game, Vanir got pulled up on, right? And they had to fight for it. So even though they were up there, they couldn't really focus that much on what was going on elsewhere, because they knew they had people real close. Whereas to now, Havoc got all the space in the world to pretty much shoot at what will be the entire circle.
And basically, the last dance, they got kind of the same position as we saw Heroic in the last game.
Yep.
It's not a bad spot because it's so open around them that they can clear all of that. They can have a lot of control, and the other teams are kind of forced to play each other. Heroic, though.
Does Heroic pull up?
I think they are. But
They're really dicks. Get the hell out of there.
Vanir might be pulling up as well.
We saw Vanir get caught in the exact same situation. Unfortunately, Dix reacts earlier. Last time round, it was Flammy who got caught in the open there. Now Snip does fall down to 2 teams. Last Dance and Foxes will split the kills evenly. But I like the disengage. Again, smart playing. They know they have a good spot in the circle. Just focus the top. Give Heroic the bottom hillside. And let's move in from there now. Sakura taken out. Page not going to allow for him to run freely on the hills.
Yeah, Heroic is once again taking the time, clearing things out, making sure that their back is clear. Look, Beamy got an arm as well, and he found Mika's last man standing for Rise and Win, so that's them out on 11th place.
Yeah, Billum, there goes your cover. The smoke, unfortunately, doesn't bloom instantly, so down he goes as well. Godrilla will fall too. Mummy wants to get the res up. Smokes have been deployed, and he is just exactly,
the circle.
Yeah, just exactly outside. Should be able to crawl in, though, with the smokes. I'm not sure if they want to commit to it, though. Look at this. Finn is actually running up with an 8 in hand. Full speeding up there. Oh, can he get it from proning position? It's going to be short. Just a little short. He's going to throw one more. Speaking of utility usage, if the first one didn't get the kill, second one in the exact same spot probably won't either.
That nade wasn't bad, though, the last one there. That could have been a good connect.
Unfortunately, not quite the case. Where, team? Well, where are you going? That's probably what they're trying to find out right now. They wanted to move forward, then they realized, well, that was a bad idea. Let's go back. And honestly, if they can get a good knock here, there is a potential beeline route straight into Heaven that they will probably get them killed. But I assume everywhere else they would up to go right now would too. Oh, Heaven is still in. That is so scary.
It's so scary if you're not inside the circle. If you're not by Heaven right now, that's when it's scary.
Now is when it's amazing to go pull up on pull-ups position.
Exactly.
Yikes. Now is when you play from there.
This is probably one of the best circles to play from there right now.
True. I mean, it would obviously have been taken already, but now is when you pull up on it and contest it, because you know Heaven is being fought for by 2 teams, so the guys up there won't really contest downhill, and everyone else is fighting close quarters too. In the meantime, speaking of Heaven, here comes Heroic. They've made the committed push forward. Page does take some damage, but able to stay put.
It's a three-way fight, though. We see Havoc, we see Vanir, we see Heroic. All 3 teams are fighting each other. It's just trades back and forth between them all.
Do Vanir push up on this?
Are
Vanir smarter to stay down the hill even if the fight pops off? I know. Okay, so if they do manage, like if they do start the fight inside, you would have to expect Vanir to push up on it. But if they don't, I would kind of say Vanir maybe stays down the hill.
Yeah, they can get third party from this fight if they go up. That's a big problem for them.
Exactly. Now would be the perfect time if the other fight started, because they know the guys on the east side won't really be looking towards them. In the meantime, Entropy, well, they had to leave Alamo eventually, and they know that they have Enterprise on the other side. Page around the side finds Greg and does take a ton of damage in return from the nade. T-Bone there to help Trito go down, and immediately after, Surfy with a double nade down towards Pull-Up. Lots of damage done on that side of the circle as well. On the hell side of things, everyone's starting to fight now as the leaderboard completely, or the kill feed, excuse me, completely lights up.
And Pull-Up goes out on 9th place here. They get taken out from that dip, actually. Good play there from good push from their team. But the thing is, are they going to try to push up on Heaven as well? Because we know that Veneer is just still nearby, and they've been playing a little bit more passive, looking around them right now. They know that they're not getting pushed by Havoc. They know they're not getting pushed by Heroic either.
No no utility and no meds for Nemba at all is a pretty clear indicator that he has not had a chance to loot a whole lot this game.
Well, we saw them fighting earlier, right?
Yeah, exactly. They've been fighting and then moving the entire game. So so tricky situation for him to be in. That's a good flash. Again, why throw the flash if you're not peeking on it? Deadrix doesn't matter though. Finds the first, finds the second. I will stop talking, Deadrix. Sorry. Throw the flashes and don't peek it as much as you want. Because that's exactly not what he did that time around. Instead, he gets a double kill, secures a good spot for him and his teammate to play from too.
Yeah, great play there from Enterprise. They were basically getting held out by Entropy from inside the circle. Them managing to actually just survive that is just great for them. Right now, they have 2 men up, and they're a little bit in the open. They need to have the next circle here. They're not getting it. It's going to be going towards Heaven once again. How many circles is going to be here? Is there a magnet on the ground here or something in the clip?
I'm not quite sure. No one is playing the quote-unquote hell position right now. We know that the Last Stand still has vehicles. Oh, let's hold that for a second. Here comes Beamy full speed forward. Comes Heroic. Page ready to take it from
the
there.
DPS!
The DPS finds the double. I'm not even sure if that was the one shot or what it was, but so much damage being done. And this has to be a Veneer push. Yes, you can see them pushing over the hillside instantly. They're here. They're ready to take the fight. And oh my lord, the Heroic needs to deal with Diggs fast if they want to be ready for the fight to Veneer. This is a reset they don't have time to make. And Veneer actually, they're not fully committing to this push.
Beamy's burning. He's down.
Oh, that's
a good
thrown
nade.
in. Correction on fire as well. Well, I take my words back. Why make the aggressive push into a shotgun when you can just use your utility? Heroic falls down with to guns, to explosions and flames. And in the meantime, well, we said it. Here comes Last Hands. They knew the spot was open, but not for much longer because here comes Enterprise. They pulled them at the exact same time. And as a 2-man team, they take down Last Stands.
Weird Team is now pushing towards here now. We gotta be careful. Tixie is down. Dietrich is last man standing for Enterprise. He's been playing so well so far. Now, will he withstand Weird Team though? That's a big question. Still some utilities from Weird Team to use here. And they know exactly where to nade. They know it's just one big dip. Tixie does bleed out though.
Oh, this is a tough one, Dietrich. You're in trouble, babe. There's that. Oh, I was gonna say nade throws far, but Paul Rome, solid cook on it, gets him down. Now we have a 4-man Veneer team up here, but we also have a DPS inside the building, which is incredibly terrifying. And then we have Billum. Billum out to the east. If no,
Yellow, what happened?
Yellow.
Oh no. Havoc sees this. They know exactly what's happening. Oh, Weird Team is pushing as well, though. Weird Team might actually be saving Veneer because they pushed up and they're holding Havoc out from making that push.
Where was he throwing that nade? Where was it going?
It wasn't close to anything.
I think he wanted to throw it up on the plateau. If they get these reses for free, don't. Oh,
no way.
I thought that was one more nade from Yellow. That would have been interesting. Let's take down Flammy as well now that we're at it anyway. I mean, Billum, if there's a time to strike and you got a nade right now, that's an entire Veneer wipe off of one good nade. But I think Billum is his head is too far into the ground right now. All he's seeing is grass and then just waiting. He's invisible for now. And honestly, I mean, if Veneer keeps killing each other and Weird Team and Havoc starts fighting, who knows? Maybe Billum is looking good.
Look, Billum, he's been sneaking around here. He's been here for a while. Yeah, he's been here for a while. When Last Dance was pulling up, he was already here, and he's just been trying to hide himself. He's going to wait for the right moment to strike if he can.
The fact that Veneer are at least still kind of looking in this direction is something I like. Let's forget about the fact that Yellow almost just killed this entire team. But the fact that they're still focusing in this direction, not taking any chances at all, I like that. Maybe the accidents.
Billum's going to move soon. He's going to move soon.
You have to get up on your feet, buddy. You're not fast enough when you're crouched. Oh, yeah, he's going to see. Doesn't get the knock either, Yord.
Oh,
Turns
no.
around, does the damage needed, finds the flush. That could have been so much more dangerous. Unfortunately, they get away with the scare.
But look at this, though. Weird Team is just holding Havoc and Vanir out. They want them to take the first fight. They just want to clean it up later on and take that chicken win if they can.
Yeah,
they're playing this so well right now.
I think if you're Vanir, you push below. You don't go upstairs. Like you have to go under and take the fight to Vanir. Take the fight to Weird Team. They didn't bring vehicles. There is one Dasha there. I don't see if it has tires, but as you can kind of see from here, I think they could get in maybe with 1 or 2 players to that car without being seen. I don't know how many smokes they have, if they have any at all. Let's see final circle. Well, that's a dud.
The thing is that Vanir is also trying to do the same thing. They're trying to force Weird Team and Havoc to fight. Havoc is the one to get to choose. Who do we want to fight? Where do we go from here? I mean, that's a big question.
Havoc don't find anyone. I think what's going to happen here is both these teams wait for Havoc to make a move. They kill them, and then it's a 4v3 in favor of Vanir.
We'll have to wait and see.
But do they want the high ground here, though? I don't think they do. They fall down. Yep, smart play. They don't want that position because they know they're going to have to jump off of it at some point anyway.
Yeah. And while you're in the air, I mean, you can't really shoot anything, so it's going to be rough.
How much utility do you use here, though? If you're Weird Team, solid spray from Poro. Finds his 5th kill in the match.
Now you can use the high ground.
4v3 Poro. Yep, he's taking it, but he only has about 5 seconds to utilize it for, because you can see this blue is already coming in, and you have to get off eventually. You can't back off to the direction you were in before. He needs to do so much damage now. Come on, find the first one. Let's see if he can do more. Solid damage done to Yellow as well. Takes him down to under half HP.
The whole thing is
that spray through the smoke.
Poro doesn't find another one, but damage might have been done with him being up there. It's a 2 versus 2 right now. And Vanir, they're not going to get any of these reses off right now. 2 versus 2. Even fight.
Oh, that's a good flash. Keanu is blind for the next 15 minutes. Oh, good molly as well. Yellow, I'm afraid that's you done for. Surfy sitting as close to the dot as you possibly can, just trying to wait this one out. Oh, more good flashes being thrown. Flashes are incredibly OP for those of you guys in chat who don't know. It's not just a little brief, you're blind for a second, and then you're on again. If that hits correctly, you're blind for a solid while, and that could be the difference maker. Here, Flamey spots one, no Vespa takes him down. Surfy falls 2 versus 1, gets the flush, confirm, finds it in return. Keanu goes down, spots Flamey as well. Remember, he does not have a vest on right now. My lord spots him close, but Flammy is there to secure it, and despite the fact that Yellow did what he could to prevent them from winning the game, Flammy is there to turn things around in the end. Oh my lord, what a finish for us.
What a great game from Vanir. We saw them in game 1 trying to play heaven. It didn't work out. Now we know they just needed another chance and they would make it work. Getting that chicken in and finally seeing something happen from Vanir. We were expecting them to do a lot more yesterday. We didn't see that, but now this is the Vanir that we wanted to see the whole time.
What a wild finish. Vanir were the ones to play it slow in from the east, taking the fights up the hill. And Weird Team were essentially doing what I thought Apex were looking to do earlier. Get out on that west side of the map, kind of play the split, spread out, take control, and just let everyone else fight, and then move in late. It worked out so great for Weird Team. They played it exactly the way they should. Unfortunately, there in the end, Vanir just, they had the numbers. They were one more player. And despite how much damage Poro managed to do from the hilltop, unfortunately, it just wasn't quite enough for them to get the win.
If Poro got another knock from up there, that would probably have been the game done. Because it was down to a 2v2. But he just wasn't able to manage to find that angle because basically all of Vanir was just peeking him. They had the smokes there lining up for him. So they had to cover against his other teammates there from Weird Team. Weird Team, though, they were down to 3 players pretty early on in that game. So they played that really well, getting not only towards the end there, but also getting 11 kills in this game. Yeah,
exactly. Massive performance in Poro that wants to do a very, very big chunk of that damage. Oh, solid nade onto Number there. It was a... Wait, was that the nade that got Chris?
Yep.
It actually was. I don't even think it was on purpose that he bounced it through the staircase so it went backwards again. If it was, that was a very smart throw by Noki. That was an interesting one. He didn't even get out of the vehicle before he got blown up. But no, to go back to that end game there, I think for Poro to go up on the hillside, he had to do a ton of damage, which in all fairness, he did. but I would have wanted to see the rest of the Weird Team players maybe push up closer. They knew they had the flashbangs, they knew they had the mollies, but when they flew the when they threw the flashes, because they were not in a position from where they could really push on it, they weren't in a position, like they were in a spot where even though the opponents are blind, they can just prone and wait and then peek when they're not blind anymore, you know? If you throw those flashes, you want to be able to utilize and have a chance to make a push on it afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, that is true, but at the same time, you also got to consider that Weird Team had all of these vehicles down there, right? So they had some cover to work with if they stayed there. And I think they were just betting on that Veneer was going to make a push, that they could get another knock, and then with that knock, they would have pushed on there. But yeah, it didn't work out. This nade, though, it would have been a great nade if you weren't on the same team.
No. He must have tried. He saw a player up on the balcony, and I think he wanted to throw it up there. He just gotta give it a little more muscle on that one next time, Yellow. Hopefully that's the first and last time we see a play like that. And the fact that they can go, because when something like that happens, they knew they had a 4v2. They knew they had a good chance to go in and make a play on the building, and when then you get something happening like that, you don't have time. I mean, depending on how good of a team you are, of course, but you don't have the time to go, oh, why you do this? You gotta just ignore it. Shit happens. Let's continue. Let's get back to it. And you saw, I mean, instantly after, they throw the smokes, they get up, they get them back alive, they reset, they go down to find Billum. They fully came back from kind of stumbling over themselves in that situation, and that's a hard thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta also remember that Weird Team was pushing up on the west side, and that stopped Havoc from being able to push out from the building itself to actually go down and get those kills. So a little help from Weird Team actually gave Veneer that little win there towards the end, I'd say.
That is true. That is true. Yet another team joins the ranks of getting themselves a win. Last Stand still the only 2-win team off of their solid back-to-back yesterday. Dangerous Dolphins doing what they can to catch up with 30. They will be joining us as we head on over to Miramar. We have one more game left on Erangel, though, before we swap out half the lobby and hop over to Miramar. So stick around, and we'll see you after this short break.
Updates to Sanhok and our newest battleground, Taego. A weapon balance pass, a new progressive weapon, and a new way to leave your mark on the battlegrounds. All this and more as we crash land into the Update 13.1 patch report. First up, Taego is receiving a number of updates, starting with a new way to drop in. Occasionally, while flying over Taego, the transport plane will experience an engine failure, forcing it to make an emergency landing. This will give players significantly less time and altitude from which to jump, and aims to provide a more tense early game. If you stay inside the plane until the end, you'll take 50% damage and be forced out. But hey, any landing you walk away from is a good landing, right? Just remember, when the engine's on fire, everyone's dropping hot. You'll also find new care packages on Taego that drop much more frequently than regular ones. These will drop in addition to normal care packages and contain ammunition, healing supplies, throwables, and more. We've also increased the spawn rate of the new self-AED item, added the emergency pickup, C4, and spike trap to Taego, and slightly lowered the spawn rate of some throwables and attachments. The self-AED can now also be found in Taego's secret room, which will require you to find a key, much like the one on Parama. Seek it out for valuable weapons and equipment. Sanhok has also received a couple updates this patch, including some new small cliffs and rocks for additional cover on the beach of the Northwest Island. We also relocated the temple near Camp Alpha and added some more cover along the pathway to it. In addition to these spawn and map changes, we've completed another weapon balance pass. Most notably, bolt-action snipers have received a few significant buffs, while DMRs will be a bit more difficult to use at long range. There's a lot to go over here, so check out the patch notes for all the adjustments to your favorite weapons. Speaking of DMRs, the next progressive weapon, the Buzzkill DMR, has been added to the game and can be acquired from its new contraband crate. The skin can be upgraded to level 10 for a more and more unique appearance, so try your luck with the crate and get upgraded. Other features in 13.1 include a new spray system to leave your mark on the battlegrounds, some UI improvements to the match results screen both in-game and in the lobby, kill message improvements, and more. Ranked Season 13 is also beginning with this patch, so get to work early and start earning your cosmetic and honor rewards for next season. Update 13.1 is here, so grab your Buzzkill, seek out that new secret room, and be ready if the plane decides to drop it like it's hot. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
One more match on Erangel before we hop on over to Miramar and say not goodbye, but see you tomorrow to half of the teams as we bring in another 8. This plane down towards the south for us, a little bit of change of scenery, maybe. I mean, if you're smart right now, you fly straight to heaven with all 4 players, and you just sit there and wait for the circle to pop.
Yeah, and for all the new viewers, we just played the first and second games. They both ended on heaven, and we had Shift W win the first one and Veneer winning the second one. So, yeah, 2 endings basically on the same spot. Now, the big question is, are we going to see the same one in this game? I feel like it's going to be different with this plane path being so southern. Hopefully, we get a little bit of variation here.
I mean, it could still technically go up to mention, but
I
agree. It would be pretty I don't even know what to say. Pretty weird if it went up there again. Calvin taking away a vehicle for Kilikai, or maybe the other way around. I'm not quite sure, but he gets the car nonetheless. Whose it was to begin with, I'm not sure. Looking at where they're looting, I would say that car is maybe more Kiliakai's car than Calvin's, given that they have the entire east to take cars from as well. But Calvin gets it. Should be happy with that. 4 teams. Frost down on Sosnovka. Let's see if the circle goes in their favor.
It would be great to have the game ending there, but look at that.
That is a tough circle one.
Basically, you can cut off Mill Island right now. So
you say that now, Frost, but just wait 3 circles from now. We're going down to Novo.
Well, basically, we're going to see all the teams try to get on the northern side of this circle. So we're going to have about 75% water, I'd say, to play with from circle 1 here now.
I completely agree with you. If we pretend like the circle there is not going to be going Novo, we're playing phase 1 with a 4th of phase 1 available. That's we're playing phase 3 and phase 1 here. We're trying to cram in 64 players in phase 3, and given the terrain and where we are on the map with so much open terrain down by Milta Power and around small Milta Power, I can tell you already, this is not going to be one of those where 15 minutes in, we've lost 2 players. We're going to see half the server dead by phase 3.
Yeah, and we're going to see, I feel like we're going to see a lot of teams trying to set themselves up towards small Milta Power there around the Monkey Compound and stuff, because that is a great area, that road to play from in a circle like this. And we have 2 teams that is over there right now. It would be Apex and Snip that could take one of the best positions to play from right now. Not only are you setting yourself up for the late game, for maybe the end game, but also you might be able to catch a lot of rotations early on in the game here.
Let's see. Last Dance. It's so refreshing seeing a team looting Pachinki, and then getting to leave Pachinki without having to fight in Pachinki. It's just great to see. In the meantime, of course, Kilikai, his vehicle was stolen, so he's going to be forced to make a little bit of a run.
Now, yeah, we see Shift W, of course, going around farm area. Very common for them to loot around there. But at the same time, with this kind of circle, they might want to be a little bit quicker to get themselves into a situation where they have a good position to play from. Now they're letting a team like Pull Up getting past them, meaning that it's going to be less of areas for them to play from now.
Are they taking the ferry? Come on, be me. You know you want to. Scarl and M24, you're pretty much ready to rotate now. Onto the ferry, you go down to military, then you take another ferry from... no, probably not. It's
to Novo. Imagine double ferry rotation.
Double ferry rotations. You don't see that so often. Also, not really that possible, but it could be fun. Could be fun nonetheless. Entropy, in the meantime, hopping out of the vehicle here is Lipsia, spotting the current first place team in Last Dance, making a run for it, but no knocks confirmed in that one.
Not yet. So far, everybody is still alive. Trying to get themselves... Well, we see a boat rotation, actually, from Raw right now. Rise and Win.
Yeah?
They're going from Novo, but looks like they're going to do a 2-2 split with 2 in a boat and 2 in a vehicle going across the bridge. That's kind of an odd thing, because that's a very big split this late, actually, to do this.
It's again, I mean, we're in Most Chickens. We're in a format that is still to be explored, and who knows? Maybe half boat, half car rotation is
the new meta.
Is the new meta. Yeah, we'll see. we will see. Maybe they didn't get 4 cars, therefore they couldn't cross the bridge. That was simply too dangerous. And now are they flipping me? Oh no, because okay, just exactly saves it before it goes into the water. In the meantime, Chris, well, you got a free buffet of people to shoot at right now. Finds the first tag, finds the second. Brax jumping out of the car as well, wanting to do damage, and they have got Entropy completely caught in the field here, but no kills yet.
See, Breaks will be a little bit careful because he doesn't want to get drive-by a small drive-by shot by Entropy there. A lot of teams trying to get up around Milta, east of Milta right now. And yeah, as we said, a lot of teams are going to try to set themselves up here. It's one of the best areas to play from, not just now in the early stage, but end stage as well of the game.
I'm just going to say, for us, we could still technically end up south of Mansion. we could still go up there. Obviously, that's probably not going to happen, but could be pretty fun nonetheless. We still have a couple of teams, actually quite a few teams, yet to make their way into this very, very far eastern circle, and no one really so far opting to play in the north side of this. They would much rather, and again, this is kind of the same story that we like to build over towards Severny when we go west and east, because you have the whole forest area. That is a lot easier to crash late, go into the forest, play on foot. You don't need the vehicles the same, whereas to locking down compounds and hard cover on the south side of the circle in these buildings, in and around these different compounds, it's so much more worth it having this early to then push uphill than it is to sit in the forest and then have to push into the compounds.
Yeah, definitely. And this is, oh my god, there's so many teams congested together right now in the first circle. This is not often you see this. You would see like a few teams, you know, just backing off a bit, trying to wait for the next circles, but everybody is just gambling down here that this is where it's going to be ending. This is where we want to be.
Veneer, winners of last game, crossing over now as well. Entropy from one fight, they go straight to another. Exvolution, solid second shot coming in. Body shot followed by a good headshot on Ember as he tried to leave the building. Now he's getting shot at by Kleineman, so forced to back off to some extent. You can see M4's full speed on the minimap coming down to try and assist their teammate in Ember. Well, the door is closed, buddy. I don't think you're getting anywhere here. Nope, Doc's up, able to confirm the kill. That's one down for Entropy. They are in a decent position in the circle, but unfortunately, they're one player short.
Yeah, meanwhile, Rise and Wind that actually had the 2-2 rotation is almost grouped up again. Almost. Not really, but almost. And they're on the southeastern side of the north side of the island right now. And Heroic, one of the last teams to enter the circle, second to last. They got Yikes behind them. That is by Ferry Pair right now as well. So Heroic, we know that they like to play edge. We know that they're not stressed out about these kind of circles because they know exactly what they can do as a team, no matter what kind of circle it is.
So, I mean, you want to set yourself up in the area of the map where you play the most confident. And we know Heroic to be that team that they will play on foot. They'll go out in the open. They'll take a fight to literally anyone. And more often than not, win that fight. So if they push up from prison, maybe bring the vehicles, but be ready to play on foot. And if the circle goes up there, they are very much in their kind of natural habitat in that area of the map. Whereas having to just sit still in a compound, not doing a whole lot, that's just not really the Heroic way of playing PUBG.
Yeah. This tells the whole story, right? Look at the map right now. You can see how congested everybody is around the area there. And there's still a few good spots, but some of them is, as we talked about earlier, spots that you don't want to take too early, but you want to make sure that you have vision over those spots so you can go to them later on if you need to, but you can also make sure that no one else goes to them right now because you can have all the eyes on that.
I'm just going to start a little chant with chat and say, no, vote. No, vote. No, vote. And then I stop now, but chat, you keep it going. Because that way we get the no vote circle. That I don't even think is possible. But who knows? Maybe if you cheer hard enough, it's going to happen. Heroic now tanking blue as they rotate forward. Yikes. The other team who has yet to get inside the circle. But they'll get here. And honestly, I mean, should this circle go west for us? All of farm, like this whole west side of the map is completely open for Yikes to take. If this one goes anywhere northwest, they could get the best position in the entire circle off of being the second to last team to even get here.
But that's also what you see from a team like Shift W. They opted to go for Milta. Remember, they were looting farm. But that circle is not going to go west. I'll tell you that.
is
It's
so
going to
bad.
center up. And this is why you see so many of the teams bombing for these kind of positions from circle 1, because this is what they're all expecting. The circle to end up over here.
Okay, so Apex in a three-way split right now in the middle. I do not believe... No, okay, they're already rotating. I was just going to say, I don't believe they'll be able to maintain a 2-1-1 with small Mills of Power in there as well. So smart for them to decide to group up instead. I like that play. In the meantime, now Shift W, full speed forward. M4's opting to leave as well. Banty!
Come on.
The,
Hit it.
Brax. Nope. Brax is immune to bolt damage, at least first time around. We'll see if that remains the same all the way through. Flammy does get seen by Luke, but Flammy is the one to get the kill. Get away faster. You gotta reload. Find yourself safe somewhere. Duff actually stopped taking the fight. Duff, keep going. Your teammates aren't anywhere near. He's gonna go down. In the meantime, Doxa finds Mika. So in this case, the drive-by is the successor, or the succeeding one in the fight. Free kill is around here now as well, and I'm not even sure if Flammy has a vehicle to get away from here.
No, it doesn't look
the US is there, but it's not really on his side to get into without free kill getting to shoot at him.
He's getting back up, though. We can see now that Kino and York is driving towards him right now for the back up.
That's a solid nade from Chris, straight on the money. There wasn't even any cook time or any like, there was just no just a little short. There was no chance for Simpson to react on that one. Straight in the face, explodes right as it kind of gets over that wall there. Solid throw coming in, and unfortunately Tegas could have had potentially a double kill there had he cooked it just a little bit less. Free kill now shooting over towards Jord and Keanu on the other side. They want to help Flammy here. The good thing is, I mean, Flammy knows that he just killed 2 of them, so they are in a 4v2. Yellow is inside the circle already, so can't really do a whole lot to help up close, but they are at least then still in a 3v2.
Yeah. And with the backup there, it's looking good for them. They're still on the edge of the circle. They have Yellow holding down the ground inside the circle as well, so they have somewhere to go later on. Kino does find Xenix, and now Yax is down to 1 player. It's only 3 kill left now. What is he going to be able to do here against 3 Veneer players that is basically just surrounding him from different angles?
I don't see how he wins this, but at the same time, I mean, first of all, don't give Yellow any nades. Maybe it's a good thing that he was that far away from his teammates. Second of all, if you're Veneer here, you do not lose a player.
No.
Like, that's simply, and actually, you know what? I like the fact that they're leaving.
Yeah.
It's simply not worth it. It's miles out into the blue. They know they had a spot to go to play from. This is a smart play from them. Whether it's a bait and they want to leave Keanu here to try and see if he can get the kill, I like this. From Veneer, just back off, don't go for the fight. It's simply not worth it. Oh, hello, backstab. If he had a knife, that would have been the perfect backstab opportunity. Does manage to get him though. Actually, wrong. Das did manage to take double down, but the flush comes in fast enough for him to stay alive.
With an AK as well.
Yeah. Flammy got all the final 3 kills in the Wear team players last game as well, so really feeling the aim right now. New circle, it's gonna pop. We go further towards the water, still far enough on land that we can kind of already now start seeing where this one is headed. It's Mills of Power or Small Power. Shouldn't go further south than that, with phase 4, of course, having to try to some extent shift away from the ocean itself. This is a really difficult circle to play, especially if you were one of those teams early to get a good spot.
But look at Heroic, though. Once again, they're in such a great position. They came in super late as well. We saw them in circle 1 being out in blue because they all rotating 1 vehicle, and they found 2 more, so they have 3 vehicles to work with as well.
Let's see. Foxes going full speed forward where they opt into crash. I love how Vantage is committed to this.
Yeah.
Didn't pick up a DMR or something to maybe see if he could do some more damage on the rotations. He's got to play it for the highlight reel, and you know what? If you got to do it, you got to do it. That's just how it is. Big open dip here. And you're pretty much guaranteed that some people somewhere will have eyes on you, but it's going to be up to Havoc really up on the edge of Mills of Power to want to engage on it. Where team is straight behind them, though. They're actually putting up on their full speed forward. They come. Philip does the damage done. They get the first 2 down instantly. It is trying to wrap around. That's so much damage done, and they're already burning, or on fire, I should say, smoking in the vehicle. But here they come, Havoc. You can see them in the kill feed now. It was a matter of time before they were going to engage on this as well. Now they do.
Really good hold there from Andrew Fox, actually,
Yes,
being
yes.
down there. But here's the next fight.
Oh, you're in a tough spot here. Yep, final 2 peeking on over Ricardo, saying, I'm not taking a bolt to the face again. Finds 2 kills and stays alive. M4's south side of the circle, I don't want to say they know, but I would assume they do, that they have to make a move at some point soon once the circle starts moving on in. Free kill. Did you just see the entire venue and went, nope, not heading in that direction? I think he stopped, saw like 3 vehicles, and was like, yeah, this ain't gonna work, is it? Now I'm gonna sit here in blue for a while and think about what I'm gonna do.
Now, yeah, sure, Enforce needs to move. At the same time, if they can hold people out here, they know that their backs is going to be clear later on.
Oh,
the knock goes down,
the
though.
knock from Keanu, that is so massive. He peeked on over. Yellow was sending it forward. They knew he was going to peek it. They knew somebody was going to peek. Like, if there was anyone there, he was going to go for the peek, and they trust him to find the knock with the mutant too, as you say, and it actually works out. They do have double on the side, though, and he could do a ton of damage here. Doxa finds Yellow. Exvolution finds Jord as well. This is looking real grim. All of a sudden, Boris does get flushed, but they're in a very nice split, and they did not see double down the hill.
Still close here. Rami does find Exvolution. It's a trade, back and forth. Double out in the blue here. He is able to finish off Fleming. That's going to be a veneer out on 14th place. Again, team winning and then going out super early in the game. And M-Force, they're going to recover pretty nicely here. They lost 1 player, but still 3 plays up, and their backs are pretty much clear. They do have free kill here in the back looking still. He does have 3 more first aids and 1 medkit, so he can probably take it a little bit slow and just get in, because I don't think M-Force is expecting more people to come from there now.
Honestly, with 45 alive, I don't think you play for the win if you're free kill here. If you see a position where maybe one guy's resting another and you get a clear shot, you get the 2 kills and play next. That's I would love to see him try, but with where we are in the map and him being a solo player with literally 0 info on what's happening in the circle, trying to play for a win here would be pretty pretty brave, I'd say.
They found himself a little dip, but again, it's a little bit open for this circle. They're gonna get tagged from all over right now, and you can see a lot of smoke getting put down because they need that cover right now. I'm not sure. So far, it looks like that Daza is still intact, though, so they can still move out with it if they want to.
So for anyone who's been, like, for all the players who's been watching the kill feed on this one, oh, free kills, still alive. Not as free a kill as his name alludes to. But for anyone who's been watching the kill feed, they would know now that Apex are the ones inside of small power. They lost Simsi early, and now we saw Tegas, I believe, get knocked just before. So could be a pretty tricky situation should anyone team up to push this one. Tegas has gotten back on his feet though in the meantime. Yeah, pull up. This is a tough push.
Micah finds one from Snip, actually, and that might help Pull Up, but Pull Up is getting taken out here by Intense.
They're in the one spot that they want to be in, where the compound on the side can see them as well. It's just you're really not safe.
No.
In any way, shape, or form in this position. Roy, do you go for the rest? Do you try and make a run for it yourself? I'm not even sure at this point, but he is getting shot so yeah, I think this is now all the smokes they needed to make the trail are completely gone. I don't know how many more he has himself, but this is looking scary. And look at this Shift W actually from outside found 2. Remember, they were the ones to kill Simsi as well. Yep, they got both the knocks inside. That is massive, because now they're making a push on it. Shift W are aggressing towards small moves of power, and that could literally be the winning play. If they can get that position now, get it under control, it's going to be hard for other teams to push a 4-man stack in there.
Chris does find Calvin. That's the last one standing.
I'm not sure how Chris wins that fight. He gets in. Calvin had eyes on him, got the first shot off. Chris just not 180, but 90-degree turn up, like uphill as well. finds him, flicks him, kills him. Solid play, and they take over that position without losing a single player. That is impressive. And look at this circle now, excluding pretty much the rest of main multi-power, and really, really looking good if you have control of small power right now.
And this is the reason why Apex went there so early. But one of the hard things with holding that early is that everybody's going to have eyes on you. And you're basically betting on the team surrounding you to help you out, to hold people clear from getting close to you on the walls. And you just got to hold the walls, make sure when someone vaults over, that's when you need to take them out. Apex sadly got taken out one by one, and it didn't work out for them. But Shift W, next team to take over it. Let's see if they can make it happen.
Yeah, Sinister trying to hold off here. Kleineman does get flushed. Godrilla able to find him there. They know there's a massive push coming their way. Now they need to throw everything they have. I'm a little worried, though, that they probably don't have all that much to throw. One nade is being lobbed forward, but that flash right there should keep Stealthy blind for at least a good while.
Armor is broken as well on Sinister.
Yeah, they're in a tough situation. You have 2 nades and a molly, Stealthy. This is when you throw them. You won't have time to do it later. Unfortunately, it doesn't get it off. Godrilla again! Solid spray coming through from this guy. He's done a lot of damage and been a big part of the reason why we currently have Last Stands Up in first place.
But they are barely inside the next circle there. I don't think they have any vehicles either. They can opt to play from the sniper tower a little bit north of them, but at the same time, running from there later on, it's going to be super hard.
Right now, I think they're just banking on a massive west shift that could potentially allow for them to play maybe even across the road. The only thing is, I think they're well aware that they have a full Enterprise team over on the other side that they just don't really want to run into either. But then again, I mean, 1 good knock, 2 good knocks, and that's a potential play you could make, because right now, as they're quickly realizing trying to make this push towards Shift W is somewhat suicidal, and they already lost 1 because of it.
We saw Shift W win the first game of today, so they got themselves a win on the board. Currently looking really solid here with, I think it was 7 kills so far here. And, I mean, they got all 4 up. We saw that Killer Cat got knocked earlier, but they got him back up, and Killer Cat actually finds Godrilla as well. It does get stolen, though, in the end, but that is good for them, making sure that they're weakening all their opponents right now that's trying to breach their walls.
I mean, they're shooting at absolutely everything they can. A team we haven't seen all that much from this game so far is, well, actually both Skate and Heroic. Oh, Beamy just couldn't get the speed on the vehicle to get back safe. Unfortunately, it does go down to Exvolution, actually, the one to steal that one away from Mise. But a couple of heavy-hitting teams still alive up on that north side. And again, I think things are going to slow down quite a bit now, at least for the next 10 seconds. Everyone trying to figure, are we the ones to move, or have we been blessed?
I think it's Exvolution. I think that M-Force was taking a chill over there in that corner. We see that new circle there. Heroic is still inside in the sniper tower, and M-Force in the corner of Mini Milta there as well. But I think that M-Force didn't shoot earlier, so their presence might not have been known by Shift W. But Exvolution going for that flush on Beamy means that they know.
Oh, they're ready and waiting for them, and Havoc ain't gonna make it any easier for the Foxes to make this play. They tried to play the outside. I like the idea, but they didn't clear fast enough, and I do not think they're ready for M-Force inside. Having said that, Tixie does find 1. It's only Exvolution left alive as well, but here comes Carlo from down south, able to get 1. Entropy can't be forgotten in this situation.
And the big question is, Greg in here, is he going to find any angles on him? It's going to be super hard because you can see how steep it is there. And that means that Entropy can get super close. They know they got the knock, and they're pushing through now. Carlo with the vehicle pushing up. Finds Phil. Like, Greg last man standing. What is he going to do?
He's allowing for Lipsia to just run forward here. This is huge. I mean, he's doing so much work, but no, Lipsia, that's not how you thank your teammate. That is not how he threw 2 nades.
No, Carl had he was cooking
That is not how you thank your teammate for taking down 2 opponents. No.
You hate to see it.
No.
You hate to see it.
In the meantime, Shift W doing absolutely everything to try and hold off here. Guess who does find 1? Rax cleared out M-Force off screen. Got them both with a nade there. Now he does fall down, but guess who can't really get over the wall to do damage? Oh, you're in trouble. Oh no, as I say that, actually somehow still alive. Does that vehicle explosion kill him? No, somehow T-Bone is immune to fire now. I'm not sure exactly what went down there. Correxy found Anonymous, does go down in return though. The 2 players down from Skate. I mean, Heroic needs to hold off here. They're still inside the circle, and if this next circle goes north, they have all the space in the universe to play from. If they can take down Skate here, they're going to be in a very solid
pushing
position.
this. You know, he needs to push on this.
Wait. Ooh, go back.
Okay. He's I didn't find anything. There was nothing there.
Get the info I needed.
There was no one there.
I like the idea. That was aggressive as hell play, but you're outnumbered. You're trying to hold off. I like it. I like it. Very smart push, and also even more so, turning back, realizing I did not get what I think I was going to get. I'm not going to peek this one again.
Killer Kai down for a second time. Most likely not going to be revived, considering how fast he's bleeding out right now. So Shift W is going to be down to 2 people. Meanwhile, Enterprise, they got 3 men up, and they can just vault in here and try to play from inside the walls. They got to keep their W.
Yeah, and Havoc as well. As soon as they wrap around the north side of that wall, Havoc is going to do everything in their power to prevent them from doing anything at all. 2 players of Heroic, though, up against a Skate with nades in hand still. Oh, that's a good nade. T-Bone falls. That's the second nade to follow. Should be the kill of him. Yep, Molly's going to spread all over. Page now on fire as well. Oh, actually, no. Damage done. Jump shot. Down to low HP. And that's the end of Heroic.
And we see a new circle pop, and basically it's going to be around here where Skate is right now. That is basically just outside, but they might be able to play the dip just by the road there. They got to be careful. If they have a few more vehicles, they can use that as cover, though, and play that. You got to be careful against Havoc, because this fight in Small Milta, everybody's busy with each other here. They don't give a damn about the others right now.
Exactly. They like their focus is 100% elsewhere. I like the fact that they just shot that molly out of the air, by the way. I think it was Mika. Insane reaction to spot the molly mid-air, shoot it, and prevent that from being a potential threat to them. Absolutely nuts reaction speed on you. But you can see now, I mean, what I was alluding to before, Skate in this position, if they can hold off Havoc making this rotation, they're going to be sitting super tight. Dead bricks now. Does go down. He's going to get flushed as well. Yanni and Grennies, you saw the vehicles on fire. Might want to get away from it. We'll be able to prone on the other side, but there you have Skate waiting for you. They're in a tough position out here in the open.
Oh, good
Especially when you have Chris doing that.
But now the thing is that Chris can play from that. If he manage to get all the way over there, him and Mika, if they can play from there, that's good cover to play from the circle. But they got to be careful here with Havoc trying to take a few shots on them.
Where does Havoc drive from this? Do they go all the way down to... Do they go for the crate? Oh, could have been fun, though. But no, not quite the case. Havoc driving... Are they just going full... Oh, my God! He got hit by the car! He got hit by the car down to low HP. Does manage to trade him. They still have Chris to find, though. 2 players knocked, 1 on each side. Tritolite will get the kill confirmed. Chris, this is your time to shine, buddy. The hero play needs to happen if you want to have any chance of doing this. But remember, we still have a 4-man Skate who are not in a hurry to do anything. They know the more damage they do to each other, the better off they're going to be. Tritolite wins it. Now, guess who? With a crate in hand. You go for the kill here? Well, maybe you should have, because now you died. And Anonymous finds it. 3, they get the rest back up. So 3 versus 4. Regardless of how this turns out, we will have yet another team joining the lineup of winners.
The big problem here is that Skate got so much ground right now, and they have the cover of this dip here, and they're also further inside the circle. Unless Havoc gets the circle towards them here, which they don't, it's gonna be very hard for them to do anything here. They need to find the knocks. They need to be able to crash something.
Yeah. That shift is as gifted win as it possibly can be. They literally needed this circle to somehow include that antenna in order to be in. And look at this. I mean, the spread that Skate can do. They need to get going with the headshots in order to bring this one home. The fact that they drive this early, they still have 30 seconds until the circle was going to start moving. I don't like this so much. Having said that, Reagan does find one, but all of a sudden now we're in a 1v3. They still had 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say that they still had 30 seconds to try and see if maybe Skate did a bit too aggressive peek that Tritolite is just going into the blue to die now. I mean, he might as well. There's no way he wins this.
The thing was, when they drove off, though, Tritolite was still throwing smoke, so he wasn't able to help them out and try to cover them.
Yeah. He's mollied himself, hasn't he? Or no? I'm not sure. No, maybe he is taking damage. Oh, he is. He do have a molly, though. Does he go for it?
He's got it.
Prime time, screen time. Yeah. Okay,
Good
I
headshot.
see you. And nope, not gonna happen. Sakura takes him down. But again, I mean, I think they got a little too stressed. In that one, there was still 30 seconds. We know, first of all, the last circle closes in incredibly slow. They had another 30 seconds until it even started moving. They were in a 3v4, and yes, I know they weren't in the best position in the circle, but they were in a spot from where they could have said, you know what, let's peek it, let's see if we can get a knock. And even if we get knocked ourselves, we can still crawl back behind the wall, get rest back on up, and then make a move with our smokes. I think they stressed it a little bit, but overall, I mean, great win for Skate. They didn't have to do much in the early game, but they brought it in and brought it home in the end game.
I mean, yeah, we saw Skate playing it pretty much perfectly from the north side there, coming in super late, taking out Heroic as well in that side battalion, and basically just taking ground piece by piece as they needed to move in towards circle, not taking too much, not being too greedy, but just what they needed to get that win. And that's going to put them up there with one win with the other winners now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's massive for them. It's Skate are a team that don't always go out and get that many kills. So in a format like this, more so than ever, they are very much needing the wins to get ahead, because we've seen them when they've been in maybe the grand finals of different tournaments where they've actually managed to tie up with wins. They just haven't had the kills needed in order to help on the tiebreakers. So the fact that they get going on the wins now here in the start of Stage 2, that's great for them.
Yeah, and I mean, that was the last Ariel game for today, of course, but still, Skate will be continue playing today because they're in Group B, so they could get the momentum going here. We saw them yesterday ending in their last game with a third place and 8 kills, and it's kind of a similar thing here, right? Last Ariel game, they get the first place, 7 kills. It's going to be good for them, as you said. They need the kills now to make sure that they get that tiebreak here, but also a good chance to maybe do something on Miramar and get himself another win and tie it up with the last dance towards the top.
And now, of course, after this game, we're going to be joined by the guys. Oh, that's an annoying one. I get it, though. They have the position. Like, they have what probably not could be, what would be, for the most part, a winning position in this sort of game when you have control of Mills of Power, and then to lose one early in that situation. Me, again, you got to give credit to Chris. That is a 100-0 damage nade, and he throws it perfectly. There is no time for Simsi to try and react on it. It's just perfectly cooked, perfectly thrown, and then he goes in and wipes him like this. That's just Chris being
you can see
just
him
like that. That's Chris being Chris. I mean, once he's on fire, he is one of the most unstoppable players in all of professional PUBG, and it's terrifying to be the ones going up against that.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a great play to try to take Mini Milta, but it's also so hard when it's early like that. And we also saw, of course, Shift W that took it over also had a little bit of problem because it's so hard to hold that. You're almost always going to have a team getting inside afterwards, but the main question is, can you maintain that with them to play both teams in there, or are you just going to try to take each other out?
Yeah, it's never easy when we get these kind of forced close quarters in areas of the map where there would technically be more space to maneuver around, but that's it anyway. Skate find themselves their first win here of the regional playoffs of Europe West, and with a 7-kill performance, they go out in flying colors. Solid game for them. Shift W second with 12, and then M-Force down with 10 kills below them. Of course, good performances by them as well. And that's going to help, again, since we don't have any one team other than Last Dance to get 2 wins yet. I mean, if we're continuing in this fashion through today and tomorrow, it's going to be all about kills. So even though you don't win the game for Shift W, to get a 12-kill game there, that's massive.
I mean, yeah, you can see already those 12 kills put him up there on the 3rd place right now. And just below them, you have Skate, and you can see how close it is. Shift W 35, and then down to M-Force on 6th place, it's 26 kills. It's super close between all of the teams there. And that's why it's going to matter so much, even though it's the MC rule. We'll have to see if we're going to get any more people getting 2, maybe even 3 wins, as you were saying.
I would assume that we get to see that, especially now. I mean, after this break, we're going to be coming in with both Entropic are going to be joining the server again, and also Dangerous Dolphins, which I honestly didn't have the biggest expectations for coming into yesterday, but they did improve. They did impress, I will say, and we will see. We will see how they manage to fare now when we head over to Miramar, but that's going to be after this break. So stick around, and we'll see you again in just a few moments.
Get ready for PUBG Continental Series 5. After fighting through Open Qualifiers, 15 of the toughest challengers from the Middle East and Africa, Europe West and Europe East meet 9 invited squads in high-octane regional playoffs. There, rosters will battle it out for a chance to compete in the PCS5 Europe Grand Finals, where they can take their shot at the $250,000 prize pool. And that's not all. PCS5 is the last chance to earn those all-important PGC points, and the Grand Finals winner will be invited to the PUBG Global Championship directly. The Grand Finals action takes place every weekend from September 18th to October 3rd. Watch the stream and support your favorite team at PUBG Continental Series 5. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Erangel is all done for today. We hop on over to the Sandlands of Miramar for the final 3 games. And we also are joined by a new set of 8 teams. Group... my brain again doesn't work. Group A, back in the action. And
that means
gonna be fun
Picado.
to see. Yeah, oh no.
No, Black actually went towards LL.
Yeah,
So
I was just gonna say, I really hope we don't see teams go out and do this again. So, but thank God, Black, they were the ones to leave yesterday, and now they do so here again as well. I'm a little, actually, no, I'm not surprised at all to see that because, wait a minute, my brain is not working right now. Shift W are in.
Shift
Yeah,
W.
okay, so yeah. So that makes perfect sense. Because they were the ones that were kind of over in this area of the map yesterday and being a nuisance to them when they looted up towards the north, but now they aren't playing. They're going to be in a good spot.
Yeah, exactly. So we got the new teams that will be joining now for the remaining 3 games. Will be Entropic, 5, Seraphic Spark, Viz, Black, Don't Shoot Please, Dangerous Dolphins, and Verprox. Those are the teams from Group A. So they'll be trying their luck in the last 3 games here and see if they can get a win or another win if you're some of the teams like Entropic and Viz.
Oh, Los Hijos Island.
Ooh.
It's been so long since we had one of those. Let's get more. I mean, okay, so for those of you guys who didn't watch yesterday's games, the Miramar games were, other than one game that actually played out somewhat normal, they were all over the place. We were all the way down to Puerto Paraíso, and then on the final game, we literally ended next to prison in Minas del Sur. So who knows? The crazy gods of PUBG are throwing us more curveballs with this first circle, that's for sure.
And yeah, Minas del Sur. That was playing some games with my mind yesterday because normally when we say Minas, that's not the Minas we mean. We mean Minas Mineralis.
It's a new Minas we don't see too often. But what I do like to see here is, right now at least, Heroic can pick and choose what they want because they don't have a single team within 1.5 kilometers from their position, and they are as close to the center as anyone else. So it's going to be fun. And this is, I like to talk about Virtus Pro in the same sense, because Heroic, as you said earlier today as well, Frost, and as we've said many times before, Heroic is a team that is not in a hurry to get to center. Yeah. Like, they will gladly play edge. They'll take the fights there. They'll play slow if they want to. They just don't stress for center positions early. But now we're in a situation where they can actually go and take one. They know for a fact that they're the only ones in this area. And it's always fun to me to see a team that is so good in doing one thing, then not be forced, but then have a chance to go and do something else. Similarly to VP, when they get circles thrown on top of them, like, how do they play it? Because it's different to be all of a sudden in the middle of the map.
Oh yeah, it's totally different. At the same time, Heroic is one of the most experienced teams, I'd say, here in this lobby. So they know pretty well how they want to play it. Of course, they have a new player on the be different. So right now it looks like we have a little bit of technical difficulties.
Maybe. I'm not quite sure what's happening.
No?
Okay, we're back.
All good.
Nothing happened. Do we have audio? We do. Great. I think all is good. Oh no, Apex, don't lose one early. No. Takers, get away.
It's usually Simsy though.
I was gonna say, oh no, Simsy's in the other car. Don't say that for us. Simsy is in the other car.
Oh no, don't
get away!
that.
Get away, guys! Don't. Oh no. I mean, we had to witness the pain on repeat of Simsy being frustrated in the replay after the last game. I wouldn't want to see him go down this time as well. That would just be, that would be so incredibly unfortunate.
Oh, I could just hear him scream as well. I know exactly the words that was coming out of his mouth, but I can't say it on stream.
And that's the thing, right? Even though, okay, so nothing happens, they don't die, fortunately. But even though nothing happens, it's still one of those, can we please just get a normal start to a game? We're not used to having to fight up here. I mean, yes, okay, if this was the center of the circle and everything was going in this direction, fair enough, but we all have to travel 3 kilometers to get to the next circle. Just let us leave, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I mean, it's all good if you're Intrepid Fox there and you can get a knock there and get a flush even. That's really good for them, but they're not gonna commit too much to it, and as we can see, they're just gonna continue looting for now, as the circle is very softened, as you're saying, and a lot of the teams are moving in. Heroic, as usual, taking their time, looting up in Chuma, and we see Paige is one of the first ones to actually take a spot, make sure that they have somewhere to go for.
What happens here?
Physics.
Okay.
Just
testing the
physics.
physics. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thanks for the replay, guys. That was that's good. I mean, we saw yesterday that 5 were, I don't want to say, I mean, okay, yes, actually, I do want to say struggling. They only had 6 kills the entire day, and that's of course suboptimal. Yeah, a lot of it, I think, came off of them deciding to spend a lot of the early game with
Fighting.
or next to Black for seemingly no reason. But then again, having said that, they are now granted the 2 loot spots that they want without being contested. So maybe, who knows? Maybe it was worth it.
Now, again, it's one of those circles where we're cutting out a bit of the land, of course, with some water inside and so on. But this one, it's not too bad for them. And again, we're going to be playing in those areas where you got a lot of dips and kind of like good ridges to play around. So you don't really need the vehicles once you get down there, actually.
Nope, that is true. Solid area of the map to play on foot. Dangerous Dolphins. Talked about them coming into this match as well. A team with a lot of history in terms of the individual players on it. Is Excited chasing Calvin? Nope, he's turning around. I was like, you saw him drive that direction, didn't you? But as soon as he clearly realized that, he turned the other way. That leads me to, you know what I would actually like? I don't think we should see the player POV in that regard, but I would love to have a little indicator in the corner of the map that showed if a player was looking at the map or if they had their inventory open. Just something like that, so we knew, because sometimes something happens straight in front of a player and we go, how did you not see that? But it could be because he had the map open or he was doing something in the inventory or something like that. That could actually be nice to have in the game. So if any PUBG devs out there are listening in, maybe consider, it could just be a small icon in the corner. I don't care, just so we know.
I'll +1 on that one. Really like that one. Good suggestion.
Yeah, I think that's a
Evolution.
pretty good idea.
Getting taken out here.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It's again one of those. I mean, there are only so many entry points if you go out east, because people do not want to drive through Los Leones, right? So 2 teams trying to wrap down the east side, finding kills, and they gotta give it to Roblox. I believe it was them massively struggling on bridge camping yesterday. So at least now on their gatekeep they find 1. So that's something.
Yeah, it's a good start. It's a good start indeed. And but they still need to rotate in because they're not inside the circle even.
Yeah, true. They still managed to get through there. So a little troublesome the situation still is for them. Black taking a, I don't want to say a full-on fight, but tossing a few bullets in the direction of the Foxes, and they're still in a massive 2-1-1 split. Right now, it's really only Narvik who has a chance to take a fight here. So should Intrepid find a knock, it's going to be a solid minute before anyone is going to be there to help him.
Yeah. And we're getting to the point where all of the teams almost is inside the circle, trying to get himself a good position now to play from. And we see a lot of splits, a lot of them. So this is one of those times, you know, first circle, second circle, we have a good opportunity to make a push, to pull up on a compound if you want to take that for yourself.
So he heard them pull up. He leaves. I like it. Jones, get the hell away from there. No reasons to sit around. Foot, get in the car as well. Find yourself an arm, get 10 kills, and and let's get going. Also fun when we're looking at the map now to take a look at how Heroic is splitting this one. Very wide 2-1-1 split as well in the in and around the center of the map, in some pretty prioritized, I would say, areas of the map. Let's see here. The Foxes, the area behind church, have so far been changed, so it's a little difficult now to pull up on, but they will do that nonetheless. Now realizing there's a team here, and Snip not allowing them to do anything. Takes down 2 in an instant.
That is why you want to play from the church here.
Yeah.
A lot of rotations going on around here. And kind of one of the only, like, real vulnerable positions when you're playing this is to the left there on the western side, because that's where people can come up close to you. Exactly. Everywhere else, it's so open.
And I mean, that's one of the areas that has really been impacted by very little physical change because they added the rock formation on the south, on the north side downhill there. It's so much harder now to cross into. Well, okay, so we might not be headed to the island, but we sure as hell are going down towards the south for us. Heroic, they had the center of the previous one. Now they're forced to make a move. They will be able to do so as well, of course. You can see Corexia on the map. Full speed sending it towards the center. Skate in a wide 2-2 split right now. I don't see anyone moving for vehicles. Are they trying to maintain this? I would have to imagine that one of those two positions is going to get pulled up on.
Maybe, but the big question is if they're going to be able to hold it out, even if they get crashed on. It is just Circle 2, but again, we're cutting out a little bit of land, so
exactly.
It's going to mean that a lot of people are going to try to get closer to you.
And we still have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams that have yet to make their way inside the circle. I would have to imagine that one of the 2 skate compounds gets breached. Whether they succeed or not, I don't know. But the fact that they're trying to maintain this now, that's pretty ballsy in my opinion.
Yeah, and even if you do survive it, the big thing is with so many teams getting congested now, it's going to be hard for you maybe to rotate from one to the another when you want to group up later on as well without getting shot, without losing a player.
Exactly. Snip, driving full speed forward. They do decide to stop pretty centered on the map. I like the position that they're in. They have a lot of teams around them, but they have a bit of a dip they can chill in, at least for now. In the meantime, down towards the south, we have Pull-Up actually opting to rotate over Los Hijos to get to the circle. Foxes as well, trying to rotate on in a had there been more Foxes left alive, it would probably have been better, because there's actually a bit of space to maneuver in, but Paidaros is all on his own.
Beamy trying to catch up to his teammates, but only having that bus.
He didn't have enough speed to get up the hill.
Okay. You guys take that. I'll go this way.
Feels minivan. The thing is, his team is in a really good position. But
he has a few
he's gonna
teams
have
across
to
them.
Exactly. He's gonna have to get past like 3 or 4 different teams to get to them. They're in a really good spot right now in the middle of the circle, and Beamy just I don't see how he gets there, honestly.
He
Especially
has a
not
bus.
in a minivan.
Well, that is maybe his best strength because it's so tanky.
Yeah, you say that, but at the same time, I don't know. You can see it now. I mean, okay, so he's got up for the road. Black are all over the place up there. He does have the hillside. Maybe he's going for the hill again. Maybe he's going to try and... if I can just get a little more speed, maybe I can get up the hill. But he knows Vanier is there. His former teammates, the former bystanders team is there. They're shooting at him now. First tag's already come in. We're, of course, seeing that on the right side of the screen as he's driving. He's going from one team straight to another. Okay, so he's swapped for a bike.
He's on a bike.
Okay, that could help him. We'll see. The Beamy adventure, will he be reunited with the rest of the heroic players? He's going to be driving straight through Snip as well. Yep. Oh, no. Oh, no. Left, right, up, down. He is really zigzagging in this one.
This is good.
Oh, no. All of Apex are waiting here. First car came across. That's Bliss. The remaining teammates are now going, do we want to cross this? Okay, Beamy made it. Beamy actually made it to the compound. That is impressive, not going to lie. That is pretty damn impressive.
A new circle popping as well, and we can see Heroic is still being inside the new circle and sitting pretty decently. He's gonna go north as expected, kind of. And I mean, it's not too bad. Most of the teams are inside. We have a few like Vertprox that is not basically inside. Everybody else is
Real smart rotation. Pull up there. Honestly, get across, turn right instantly. Everyone, like no one failing that turn. I know it's basic when we say, oh, he could have failed the turn. Believe me, I've seen enough PUBG matches to know that in critical situations, people tend to mess up pretty simple things. And here, they all did exactly what they had to. They knew there was a team waiting for them on the other side, and they managed to turn around and get past them. The only issue is, I don't think Blizz's car is in that good shape, and they've kind of left him under the bridge. So we'll see. We'll see if he makes it.
He could just play a spoiler there for now and just take it a little bit chill as well. He's barely inside the new circle though, but it's not too bad at least.
It's all right. Here he comes. Pretty dark smoke coming from the Bronco in the meantime. Now M-Force trying to make a rotation, but Robin sitting there holding them off. They're in a wide split as well. Okay, Paige. From a solid distance, finds him there. Vehicle in a pretty bad spot, because that should mean that Vorix's legs are pretty exposed. So, good for, I mean, honestly, really good for Forevic Fark that they managed to force off M-Force, because they're sitting in a two-way split, and I don't think Ronnie and Reggie could have done a whole lot to help had M-Force opted to crash that compound.
Yeah.
So very nice that they kind of play the pufferfish big enough that they don't go for the compound.
You know, a team that has been pretty solid so far in this game that is looking real solid with their position, that's Entropic right now. They're sitting on the northeastern side and basically have a quarter of the circle by themselves.
True. Yeah, I mean, if this one goes northeast, they're going to be in an absolutely fantastic position, no doubt about it. In the meantime, now, the Dolphins, they haven't lost anyone on vehicle rotations. That's new. If you watched the games yesterday, they were literally getting shot at every single time they got into a vehicle. Something like this would be happening. And unfortunately, Gaxi does go down. No flushes yet, but I don't see him getting out of here alive. In the meantime, the rest of the players are confined to something that looks like SeaWorld.
Yeah, I guess it's not the best position to be in there. The question is, how much can they actually do from there? They're basically just going to sit tight, wait for other teams to do the work for them, and when the time is right, that's when you just get out of there.
Yeah, it's very suboptimal to have to be in a position like this. But then again, a solid Western shift times 4. And you're in a winning position. So we'll see. We'll see if the Shack is the hero position to play from. In the meantime, again, Paidaros all on his own has to try and see if he can do something with a buggy with not exactly the best shape. New circle pops and, well, you said it for us. Entropic could potentially have been a good spot, and they have such good oversight. The map doesn't really show it, but it's a massive downhill from where Entropic are towards Skate. If they can maintain this entire line, that's a golden spot to be in.
Lucaroots is going to need backup straight away, though, because from that roadside on the south side, it's so easy. You have the high ground down towards the warehouse, and that's where you're going to see people crash from. So if he doesn't get a backup soon, it's going to be pretty hard for Lucaroots to hold it.
For sure. And they might actually even want to just come in. You can see he's getting into a vehicle now. They might actually just want to give up that warehouse altogether. In the meantime, Snip trying to see if they can get somewhere safe, full speed, sending it to the center of the circle. It is a similar thing last time around. This time around, though, it's going to cost them. Seiko falls down. Silas, in the meantime, finds Flammy. That's elsewhere on the map out towards the north. Vanir tries to make a play around the north side and able to find him mid-transition there. Kleineman, a little isolated from his teammates too, so pretty safe to say that Snip are in trouble.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble, a little bit too center right now as well. It's going to be a lot of people rotating through there. Page finding that flush, and also Heroic doing a lot of damage here to Apex, trying to pull up on him.
Once again, Heroic and Apex fighting similar to what we saw over on Erangel earlier, and once again, it's Heroic coming out on top, 3 guys down from Apex. Unfortunate mid-rotation getting called off like that. And while they actually did get the first, I believe it was Calvin getting the first knock onto one of the Forevic players because they were forced down into that pit there. Forevic actually managed to wrap around them. Lookarooks now peeking on this one, and he's completely isolated. Oh, no, he's not actually. As I say that, it's Bliss trying to make a play. It's not happening for him, and it's Entropic completely picking apart pull-up.
Lucaroots being able to hold that out for so long and also getting that knock is so huge for them to win that fight. Now we see that Techers last man standing for Apex, I believe, while Foxes are gonna go out on 15th place in this Miramar game here.
Gotta give it to Paidaros. He did everything he possibly could to stay alive for long, but unfortunately miracles were needed in order for him to get anywhere near late game, and he is gonna go down. Now, Heroic, I'm pretty sure they know, when nades are being thrown, so obviously they do, that the Dolphins are just north of them, and they want to clear them. Heroic, what they do here in these type of situations, similar to some of the other good edge teams like Navi, like Virtus Pro, they will start wrapping. They will start trying to clear out sides early on to take more control. Beamy in a solid position to get kills, but he's going to go down. Axetti finds him. I thought Beamy had kills for days up there, but okay. The team is there to trade instantly after. Maybe Beamy was the bait because the Dolphins, well, they bid on it.
And it looks like they're going to get Beamy back up, so all good. That's a really clean fight, despite Beamy getting knocked there. And
now they have a lot of space to move forward here as well. Do it does do some damage over the side. Seiko falls down. Snip has been taking casualties pretty much all game long now. Kleineman's all that's left of the team. Calvin shooting up towards them as well, trying to see what more he can find. Kleineman is running back in his direction. Tegas is real close to me. I was just going to say he's right over the behind the wheel here. He doesn't have a nade. If he had something to throw, would have been perfect. Even just a flash to make a hero play forward. Now Kleineman,
the timing.
You don't overpeak with a nade in hand, buddy. That's scary. Nade thrown forward though, and he actually wins it. Jones, exact same time, took down Calvin, and that's Apex out in 13.
I thought they were recovering a little bit. We saw the Takers got Calvin back up, but it was not enough. Not this time. That reload was so unlucky with the timing. We saw him how he was trying to hold that angle for so long, and he opted to not go for a reload yet. And as soon as he reloads, the peak comes.
Unfortunate timing, but as with so many other things, timing is absolutely everything, especially in these first-person encounters that we see all the time in PUBG. Superjack shooting forward. Viz managed to get themselves a win yesterday. We'll see what more they can get here today. Sitting at 21 kills. It's a pretty decent start, but of course they want to keep that going. And maybe they will find one here. No, a toe tap to Physics. Oh, there you go. Superjack does go down. And Physics might be next to follow.
Just down to one shot, but he got the meds off. I mean, Vince is playing this really good. They took this compound pretty early, and they know that they don't need to force out anything. They don't need to go out. They don't want to lose players. They want to keep everybody up, and that's what we saw yesterday when they won the game, the last Miramar game down in the south there.
Oh. And yeah, trying to stay alive on their rotation, but they're having a hard time doing so as well. Black actually playing really nice into this one. They've played it slow on the north side. They've kind of wrapped in behind other teams, let them take the aggro, and then slowly take the position that they were, like, that they essentially abandoned early on. I like that approach from them. Yesterday, it was a little more kind of full speed forward, try and see if we can get something early, but now they've completely slowed things down here in their first match, and well, it's looking good right now.
Kleiner here trying to hold off Verpatrox, but he's on fire. He's the last man standing first snip. Having a little bit of trouble. Meanwhile, we see T-Bone finding Rudy from 5 and Ferraphic Fart going out actually.
Kleiner peeks on over the top. Verpatrox real close to them. He's going to be realizing that soon enough. Yep, Foot does spot him. However, it was the bait with the flipping vehicle down the hill, and it worked out. But now let's see how fast they can reset, because Heroic is right over the hill.
Heroic, they saw what happened, and they want to push on this, but they're having that high ground here. T-Bo finds the first one. Good knock there. Now they have something to work with here.
If they can clear this without taking any casualties, that's going to be huge, because I don't think Skate is planning on leaving the building. Yep, they're in a really good position to make a right peak on this one. They do have Don't Shoot Please over the hilltop. I don't think they have angles, though, and they also have Entropic real close, so they shouldn't be focusing on this. And because you can see Skate is not in a hurry to third-party this whatsoever. Beamy finds one more. They're in a perfect position here. T-Bone finds the second. One more left to be taken down, and no casualties going the way of Heroic as they annihilate Voptruck. Solid 4v4 push from Heroic there. They knew they weren't going to get pressured from elsewhere. They spread out, they took control, and they took them down.
And this is why they like to play the edge. Now they know their backs are going to be clear, and they can take a little bit more of a chill approach to get inside the circle, set themselves up for the next fight. And without getting anyone knocked, that execution was just so nice to see there.
Yeah. They knew exactly where they had each other, and as soon as one spotted an opponent, everyone knew where he was. Very, very, very heads-up play, both in terms of mechanical skill and shooting the opponents, but also just clear to see that they knew exactly, they had all the info that they needed. The comms were clear, solid play all the way through on that one.
Right now, we see a few teams still fighting on the north side as well. This is a fight going on the southeast side, though, with Entropic and Don't Shoot Please. And it's pretty even right now. Both teams are inside the circle as well, so they're not really that forced to fight each other, but they don't want to have any enemies close to them, of course.
No, we'll see now. Keanu gets run over by Stratos. First, I thought it was a teammate because the locals were somewhat similar. And I was like, oh no, don't do that again, Mania. But not quite the case. QPE, solid spray down on North, takes him down. Unfortunately, not rewarded with the kill point, but we'll be satisfied that the pressure is smaller coming over the top. Oh, that name. Absolute money does damage, but not enough. Look at how low both Wes and Silas are.
Where's the backup? QB seemed to be the only one that was peeking over that right now. But you can see now that they are all getting up here, trying to take this fight. They know that they want to take out back. They don't want to have them close to them. Silas finds one. Luke Brooks finds another one. Now, it's only down to Silas with 1 HP. What can he do? Nothing. That is blackout.
Luke Brooks, hello? Transfer? Insane? Very impressive shots coming in from Lucarus. Again, a player clearly knowing the whereabouts of the opponents. A few shadow punches there to mark dominance over the fallen opponents. Solid 3-piece coming in from Lucarus in that one.
And Viz in all sorts of trouble right now. Getting picked on by both Skate and Entropic from 2 different areas. And they're having a little bit of trouble. Those back guys are not inside either.
Oh no, this is this is gonna be tough to say the very least. He will fall down, and Luger was able to steal a kill in Tropic. We were asking ourselves, how are they gonna fare coming into the start of the day? They haven't lost anyone. They're once again in top 6, where they found themselves all through yesterday, and they already have 8 kills. Very, very impressive performance coming out of the start here for them.
I feel like this game has been pretty much two-sided. It's been heroic and it's been entropic, at least towards the end here so far. But they're on one side each of the map or the circle right now as well. So it's going to be very... I'm a little bit curious to see what is going to be happening. Are we going to see those 2 teams in the end? Or
I think a lot here comes down to how does Don't Shoot, Please try and interact. Like, do they go for the full-on fight against Entropic? Do they try to potentially set up for third party on the heroic skate fight, which you would have to think has to happen at some point? And then, if that happens, how does Entropic react? Do they wrap south around and try and fourth party and Don't Shoot, Please third partying, leaving M-Force and Explicit all to themselves? It's all going to come down to it's really all going to come down to here where Skate opts to play this one from, because if they wrap north around, that's going to give so much space to heroic.
Looks like Secure is going to go towards the north a little bit, trying to find something, but not really anything yet. We're probably going to see a sort of a chain reaction once we see a knock or 2. That's when everything is going to start going down.
Yeah, once we get a proper 4v4 going off, well, any 2 teams fighting one another, the shifts are going to happen from literally every single team. Misa full speed forward was the bait. Anonymous at a distance with the mini gets the kill. Lucarux has spotted one of the M-Force players inside the shack now as well, so they know of his whereabouts. QB is actually up close with a nade in hand as well, so he should be able to take down Vorix pretty easily, I would have to assume. That's actually Doxa sitting in, but no, it bounces off the stairs. Or did he close the door? He might have closed the door just in time, I'm not sure. But that is allowed for Skate now, because Entropic are focusing M-Force, and M-Force can't really do anything. That is actually allowed for Skate to wrap northwest around. One of the more passive teams, again, not wanting to take a fight, especially, I mean, understandably so, not wanting to take a fight to an aggressive heroic who are literally hitting everything right now.
We have 5 teams left right now. 4 of them have 4 players out. This is going to be a huge endgame here. And you have M-Force with 2 wildcards here in the center. They might just survive because all the other teams will be fighting each other and can't really get to them.
This final circle, we're going to see it in just about 5 seconds. This final circle is going to be so insanely telling of who's going to win this one, I believe. Because Skate, while they've run up north, they have allowed for Heroic to spread further towards the side. Circle's going away from them, and this is what I was worried about. They do still have, I believe, 2 functional vehicles. Not that I expect them to use them, but by going up north and giving more space to Heroic, they could essentially have stabbed themselves in the back doing so. Ficho now does find Page first knock in a little while. Now we see first knock, I believe. I mean, pretty much the entire game on heroic players, despite having found so many kills already. Yeah,
no, I think Beanie got knocked once, right? In the beginning that's about it. So this is the second knock on them. So they're probably much intact in terms of armor vest and have probably a lot of utilities considering how many teams they've killed so far.
Exactly. You see Sikori has a decent angle, but as soon as he wraps over in front of that vehicle, he's gonna be super exposed, and he's not inside the circle yet. I was just gonna say, you gotta take those shots. No, he really would want to find that knock as well. Unfortunately, not gonna happen. The nades will do the damage needed to take out M-Force, though, and now look at this. 4 teams, 4 players on each, and all of them desperate for a win here. Entropic want to solidify a good first place spot. Heroic could do the same with getting a win here. And Skate and Don't Shoot Please could all get themselves on the leaderboard.
This is a big death match going on right now, and we see the trades going back and forth right now. All the teams are basically fighting each other, but Skora finding that headshot on Timo. What a shot!
Holy moly, finds the first spray down, and then he takes him out immediately after, single-handedly taking out half the team of Heroic. Remember, the rest of Skate were looking the other way, and Sikora, solo, just dealing with Heroic. They try to get out of the little hole they have down there, but Don't Shoot Please ain't gonna let him have it. Now QPE, he's playing so slow forward, but he's essentially helping out Heroic here by starting the fight the other way. Everyone's fighting each other right now.
And it's because the circle is so small, it's so open that basically if you try to take a fight against one team, the other team is going to try to push up a little bit and they're going to get the angle straight away on you. Nail it, finding another one here on Don't Shoot Please. Can't find a third one though. Marbeetle is low. He gets found by
Ivers gets him from afar. Ivers gets him down, so the teams really pay the price here, at least right now, is Don't Shoot Please. Feature has just realized, you know what, I'm not gonna go out and do anything here. Hopefully the other teams will fight each other. No one's trying to claim center right now. Everyone wrapping on the edges, trying to stay alive, trying to spot anything. They know center is really not up for grabs for anyone, and everyone's taking damage. Beamy, you gotta turn a feature. Oh no, you gotta hit those. Beamy somehow survives that, and somehow Heroic manages to get the rest on one, still 3 alive. So 3-3 versus 4 on Skate.
This is just anybody's game right now. Still with 3 plays up on every team except for Skate that has all 4 up here. They got a lot of smokes that they're trying to use and find some angles. Sikora finds another one. He's gonna find Ivers. He's getting so many knocks.
Sikora is hitting absolutely everything right now. He is just, he's dialed in. He just got level 3 gear as well from that crate right next to him, so not exactly a bad position to be in utility right now. Where are we? Do we only have smokes? No. Flash is thrown forward. They know Corexi is down in this area. Look at this. Almost fresh level 3 vest and now an AOG as well from Misa. That is huge. Molly's thrown forward, but Naleb is there with the Groza doing damage. T-Bone had his own Molly. Unfortunately hitting Beamy, so they're going to be taking damage. Corexi will fall. That's Heroic out of the equation. Now, all is left for Naleb to win, but not gonna happen. Skate, 11 kills. They get themselves their first win.
That is gonna put them on board. What a game, what an ending we got there. 4 teams, 4 players alive on each team, and it was just totally chaos around them all. That you can't ask for much more from an end game like that.
Oh no, this was amazing. Like this was very, very top-notch end game PUBG. When we get a 16-player, 4 teams alive finale like this in an open area where essentially everyone has to fight each other and you can't contest center, you know it's gonna be a brawl, and this was exactly that.
And what a play from Sikora, though. Just popping off in the end there, just getting knock after knock after knock, and that's what you want to see. At the same time, that's what we saw from Naleb as well, with that Groza doing the work against all of the other teams. But in the end, it was hard for him to stand alone against 3 of the Skate players there.
Yeah, I mean, Sikora was doing God's work in the end of this one. First, he finds the 2 knocks, and while it only converts into 1 kill, it's still so much damage having been done, because had they not fallen, and Heroic had a chance to take the fight to Don't Shoot Please over on the southeast side, that could allow for them to wrap up and take high ground where Entropic was. So insane performance from Sikora in the end game here.
Yeah, but also Entropic though, getting in their first game here, getting a 2nd place again. What's that? Their 4th second place so far? They keep on getting those 2nd places, but they're adding a lot of kills on the board. So I mean, if that's gonna be the tiebreaker, and the real question is, are we gonna get another win? I'm still waiting for it. I mean, it's just around the corner, right?
I mean, this was game 10, right? Or am I confused? No, this was game 10.
No,
so
game 10.
That should mean that in half of all the matches played, Entropic has either won or gotten 2nd place.
Yeah.
that's wild. And the fact that they only have 1 win to show of all of that, that is equally wild. But I mean, again, this early game was all about Heroic. We saw how incredibly tough a situation Beamy was in early with the minivan not being able to unite with the teammates, but they get back together and then they start pushing out. They had a picture perfect, kind of a bait with Beamy, I guess, up on the hillside push on the Dolphins early. And then when they took the fight to Apex later, they were just, I mean, completely unstoppable.
Wait a minute.
Wait, what?
Was that a back-to-back win? Or am I going crazy?
What?
From Skate. A back-to-back win?
Skate didn't have wins coming. I'm Now I'm as confused as you. Wait,
Didn't they win the last game on Ariel with 7 kills? When they killed, when they were in the sniper tower taking on Heroic and then won the game? Yeah. So that means we have 2 teams on the top now, though.
That is
with
true.
2 wins.
How did... Oh, guys, these games are too hectic. These games are too... My brain is officially malfunctioned. That is true. Back-to-back for Skate. How did I completely miss that? That is true.
Look at how one-sided this game was. It was Skate, Entropic, Heroic, all 3 with double digits. And, I mean... You asked in the early stage of the game, how is Heroic going to play this out? They're in the center of the circle. Well, we got the answer. They were able to get it into a good position and hold that out. But here, as you can see, Skate with a back-to-back, that seems to be the key, right? Back-to-back wins. That's how you get towards the top here on the leaderboard. Same thing is what the Last Dance did yesterday. And now it's getting juicy here. It's getting real juicy.
I'm still beyond embarrassed for not connecting those 2 dots. How did I miss out on that win line? I don't know. Either way, yes, insanely impressive. Insanely impressive for Skate to go out and pick those back-to-back wins. And most importantly, I think to me, because Skate get to play the kind of Skate PUBG, they don't lose a single player until the very final fight. I mean, they stay 4 alive all the way till the end. They get to play it somewhat slow. They had the compound downhill, but they made the right place once we hit phase 7. They wrap north around, they take control up there, and then Sekora just goes crazy mode and starts popping people inside the circle. Rest of the cavalry arrives, they do all the damage needed to get the win. Impressive back-to-back games from Skate. Sorry for undermining that to such an extreme extent. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ask for much more than that. So with that, let's take a short break and we'll be back with another Miramar game in just a short while.
2 more games left today as we once again head on over to Miramar after a very solid back-to-back from Skate, which I completely missed. We have had some small issues on the leaderboard side of things on the left side of the screen, but it should be getting fixed right now. So hopefully everything will be fixed and up to date coming into the final 2 matches of the day. I'm joined by Frost as we bring you the final 2 matches of today. There will be more tomorrow of the PCS5 EUS regional playoffs. And Frost, that last game, whew, that was a good one.
That's a banger of an ending. If you ever want one, that's what you want. 4 teams, 4 players up, and basically even ground for all of them to just battle it out. And we just saw them trading back and forth, all of them. It was total chaos, but in the end, Skate, they were standing strong. They were having 3 members up towards the end even, and getting that back-to-back win. And 11 kills, 18 kills in the last 2 games and 2 wins. Yeah, that put them up on a first spot here on the leaderboard so far. But I mean, we still got a lot of games to go though.
Yeah, it's true. There's still plenty of PUBG left to be played. Nothing is determined, and honestly, with so many teams already having 1 win, and there's still being 8 games. Oh my god, these circles today are just being brutal. With there still being 8 games left to play, there is a world where 2 wins won't be enough to qualify.
And I mean, right now, towards the top, you have the teams with 1 win. It's Entropic, Heroic, Shift W, M-Force, Viz, and Veneer.
Yeah.
Entropic and Heroic are 2 teams that we keep on seeing time after time in the end game as well. It's just a matter of time, I feel like, before we see one of those 2 teams grabbing themselves a second win here. And if that happens, we're going to have 3 teams on the top with 2 wins. And that's when it gets real spicy.
I mean, we could, I don't want to say easily, but we could, if we just go in kind of theory crafting a little longer here, Skate could, quote unquote, easily get 1 more win in the remaining matches here. It's doable for them to do.
Oh, yeah.
Heroic grabbing 2 wins, possible. By all means possible.
A second win, you mean?
No. Heroic getting 2 more wins in the games they have left to play.
Oh, okay,
With how much they're getting late game, very doable. Entropic getting 2 wins, even though they only have 4 games left to play. I mean, any game could be an Entropic win game, is what we've seen so far with the amount of second places they've had, right? Still doable. And then we're looking at, should that happen, then we're looking at a situation where all of top 3 has 3 wins. So you can't rest on your laurels on the 2 wins. I mean, maybe if you're already there now, you're looking pretty good. But even if you get 1 more now, you have to be thirsty for the 3rd.
Yeah, definitely. And this is what we're talking about though. Early on, we see here Verprox trying to push Kino here. They know that it's only 1 guy, so they want to push in. They want to take over this. At the same time, are we going to see some backup from Venero? Because he's stuck in here, but he has a double barrel, and that's one of the best choices if you don't have a DBS.
I was going to say, if you don't have a Psycho or DPS, you might as well play that one instead. Buy yourself time right now. Oh, he jumped out. Ooh. The audible cues from the smoke kind of blurring the footsteps a little bit. At least just don't use the second bullet to flush. If you get a knock with the first, do not knock with the second. Keanu is doing everything he has to here. He's buying himself so much time to have the cavalry arrive on the other side. Now they're actually getting up here. The only issue is I'm pretty sure the entirety of Redplux is here now as well.
Yeah, all 4 of them are here. We see Yord a little bit to the south there, and Yellow just scoping out a little bit further away. So Kino is the key player. He can't get himself knocked. He gotta find that initial knock so that the others can actually push in and help him. But you can see how open it is, and that's why Veneer doesn't want to push in right now. They don't want to super commit to this if they don't need to.
Yeah, exactly. No reason to okay, Flammy. Don't make us look dumb if you just goes full speed forward. But that's exactly what they needed. Yord, very, very nice double headshot coming in. Keanu, don't over-aggress here. Does he want to sprint up for the flush knowing there's more opponents in the building? Are we doing ring around the Rosie? The dual barrel headshot comes in. It's a foot. He gets him down. Solid shots coming through. I think Keanu wasn't maybe aware that there were 2 in the building because he went full sprint for the flush on Jones, but then heard footsteps. There was 1 more round, slowed down, and now all of a sudden, Verplux's down to just 2 players. Veneer stands strong, at least this time around.
And that was what we were talking about, right? York finding the first knock, and that opened things up for them to actually get closer in. And then, of course, Kino just finds the second one straight afterwards. Such a good play from Veneer there.
Very, very solid and very patient too. They were not in a hurry. They were just waiting for Jones to overextend, waiting for him to peek an angle where, I mean, because he can't cover all those angles when you have all of, well, with the exception of Keanu, when you have the remaining players peeking the same building from so many different views. It's super difficult. Oh, Simsy, no. You gotta go away. I can't help but be worried. Every time I see Simsy early game with a gun out and opponents nearby, I'm like, no, get away from them. And fortunately, he got away. And actually, Apex right now in a pretty decent position.
Yeah, pretty decent position. They still got all 4 up, for now at least. Looks like they're opting for a 2-2 split, though. So we're going to see how they're going to try to hold that out. Skate, the back-to-back winners from the previous 2 games, still outside. Taking a few pot shots against Ferrific Fark that is trying to rotate in. They're pretty far out from the circle, though.
Yeah, not in a hurry. Skate PUBG doesn't include being inside the circle early. It's an edge-heavy team, and I mean, they've proven the last 2 games in a row that is working for them. Yep, similar fashion here. Heroic, not in a hurry either. M4's usually a little earlier to move towards the circle. They've seen them. I mean, they've heard them for sure. And T-Bone gonna stop. And it's a 6x. Suppressed Mini. Can't find the connection, though. And, well, if they didn't before, now they know that there's a team right next to them on the rotation.
And that they're basically, both these teams are alone out there. So if they take a fight, they got plenty of time. The circle is not even close to them. And meanwhile, we see here, it's a Macadark that is getting himself a Grossa and a little bit of level 3 gear. You know, why not?
Not bad. Why not? Not bad. Didn't take the extended quick draw for reasons unknown to me, or the medkit. I hope that was just a visual thing.
Look,
why would you not take a medkit?
I'm just saying, yesterday he did not take the adrenaline shot when he didn't have
True. That was, yeah, you're right.
He just likes to leave things behind from those airdrops.
You know, I mean, maybe it's one of those where when you find a crate and there's nothing, it's a aw moment, but he's just a nice guy that, I mean, even though it's not the best thing in the crate, leave something behind. Leave a tag stock, you know? Give the guy something when he gets to the crate. That's fair. I can respect that. Give something to your fellow players. It's all good.
15x, you know, no one likes to play the 15x if your name is not Fuzzface.
Well, I mean, we are playing on Mirror. Oh, this is a slow pull-up. Not gonna lie, they got this knock like a solid 15 seconds before they opted to commit to it. Are they gonna be too late here, Bamarit? Realizing now that more players are tuning up on this. Remember, Trucks did lose players early, so there are only these 2 left alive.
But right now, they're not getting any initial knocks. You can see they're on the defensive straight away, just turtling down, trying to take the angles, and this is not the way you want to see it getting played out. Oh! Gotta be careful about those nades.
Well, dangerous damage coming through. Solid shots connected by Vavorite here as well. Good control with the spray!
Oh no, he dropped it!
Oh, the timing. That could have been a good nade as well. Unfortunately, not gonna happen as you're all alone, and it's not gonna happen. Down he goes. Vuptruck's out. And Ferrific Fark now in trouble as well.
Yeah, see them coming up against the Dolphins, and looks like the Dolphins is trumping over the Dinosaurs here right now. So Dolphins better than Dinosaurs.
Well, I mean, they didn't get extinct, so yet anyway.
Yet.
so I guess they do beat them, at least in some regards.
SeaWorld wins this one.
I hope not. Dolphins can. Let's not go full political on that one. Let's see. Skate backing off. Don't want a piece of the fight here with M4. And it makes sense. Again, Skate PUBG. Oops, we didn't get that position. But you know what? That's fine. We'll just play elsewhere. We're not in a hurry to take fights early on.
Finds a rock, though. But yeah, they're far out on the edge of the circle. And basically, there's only 3 teams out there. And that would be Skate, M4, and Heroic a little bit behind them.
Yeah, it's pretty clean on the south, and like you can kind of draw a very thick line from El Sahar all the way over to water treatment, like a kind of a curve all the way up to Oasis. No one's playing edge here other than the few teams that have just gotten into the circle late. There's plenty of space. So should we see it hard shift in pretty much any other direction than straight north? If you rotate early, there's going to be some real good terrain up for grabs. And let's see now, 10 seconds to go. Next circle's going to pop soon. No one really on the move right now other than Heroic, who literally just got inside the circle. Let's see for us where we headed. Okay, into the open. Cruz Del Valle is in the middle.
Yeah, and see Black right now with a big 1-1-1-1 split in the open as well, not playing around any compounds more or less. It's not often you see that happening this early stage in the game, like people trying to play in the open a lot, but it's also a good thing because a lot of times you won't get crashed by other teams or pulled up on because you're not playing in the compounds where people take as a priority one position to play from.
Well, let's see here. Viz trying to rotate on forward, get himself into a better spot in the circle. And Heroic as well, slowly maneuvering into the circle, realizing now that they just got beat by a Skate on the rotation. And there's another pretty damn decent care package, if you ask me. Let's see, did he leave anything behind? No, it's empty. Himmanen wants it all for himself. I can respect that too.
Yeah, only Macadog will leave things behind. Meanwhile, a little bit of rotations coming in. People still trying to find themselves a good spot. Big Fox is getting pulled up by pull-up here. He gets the first knock here on Benz. They find a second one as well.
Oh, the pull-up is full-on commenced. Unfortunately, it's not really working the way they wanted to. The Foxes were ready for it, and down goes pull-up in 15th place.
Great hold there for Interpreted Fox, actually. Getting not just the first, but 2 knocks on the pull-up itself. And that is so important because already there, you're eliminating so many enemies. Make it so much easier to just clean up the rest afterwards.
See now. They got themselves one little compound here, Viz to play from. They were a little slow on the little rotation. They've left Stratus far down on the south side, trying to make sure no one's wrapping in behind them. And I actually kind of like that. Leaving that one player, he probably has a bike or at least something fast to be able to maneuver back. Because if they get a massive shift their way, they're set. They're in a perfect position. And even if they don't, Stratus has done enough now to scout the south side to potentially give them a rotation path out of it.
Exactly. That's a great play from them. We still see a few splits here from a lot of the teams here trying, because the circle is still so big, but at the same time, you don't want to overcommit to big splits sometimes because you never know what's going to happen. But right now, a lot of teams are doing 3-1s. Basically the same thing as Viz is doing. We see Entropic doing on the northeastern side as well, trying to make sure that they have those rotation routes cleared off for later on.
Well, I thought they were safe. Now I'm seeing knocks and seeing vehicles getting popped. It's like, whoops, maybe it wasn't the best spot anyway. I thought that vehicle was parked pretty safe as well, but nope, not quite the case. Tires were indeed popped. And for now, I mean, other than at QPE going for a little marathon in the open, no one's on the move here. It's Entropic trying to reposition on the east side, getting like spread out a bit further, maybe be ready for a rotation to come. I like the idea of them just spreading out, seeing how much more they can maintain or get control of now that no one else is really moving. Like 20 seconds to go, everyone is actually sitting in a pretty good position in this circle. Like there's no one in a straight up bad position here.
Yeah, it's all gonna come down to what where the next circle will be gonna moving, and we'll have to see what the teams will do about it. Some of them set themselves up. Nalip is going far out in the blue already, but they're inside the circle there. So
are we getting a city circle now? Yeah. Even though it was going north, I was like, well, it's still gonna be it's still gonna be all right. But no, Cruz del Valle, you're looking real scary. And this city is just so incredibly hard to play around. You have the church up on the plateau above. You have a plateau even up higher above that. It's just it's very, very hard to play around this city.
It looks like Black is going to opt in to go straight into the city. They want to take control over the south side of it and don't want to leave anything for anyone else there. But you also have 5 inside crews already, so that's only 2 teams for now. You can easily see a few more teams fitting in there, and it looks like QB and Nalip is getting back into the circle now. Looks like they were just going to get another vehicle.
And look at the west side of that circle. I mean, anything really except for east is so massively contested. It is incredibly hard to try and maneuver. And actually, I mean, both the church and the hill east of it is completely up for grabs. The only issue is every team that aren't inside the circle yet is, well, everywhere except for on the east side.
But look at Skate, how they're playing this. They're playing it out from outside the circle, having Secura, falling back a little bit more, anchoring as well. They're scaring people away. They know that they can just rotate in later on. Dolphins versus the Dinosaurs again.
And Apex versus Heroic. This time around, though, Tega's going to be the one to find the first kill. So things going the other way. Macandog, again, proving that the Dolphins do indeed outlive the dinosaurs.
Good karma
Solid,
for leaving things behind.
Yeah. Beamy stays alive on that one. All right. Reggie trying to get safely across as well, but he knows that the Dolphins are doing everything they can to hold out. They do not want to have a player in their back for potential fights to come. So force Reggie as far away from you as you possibly can and then make you move forward. But now, the issue is now we're getting into the... Oh, my lord.
Ooh.
With a 2x as well. Woof. Now we're getting into an area of the map where there's a lot of open. I mean, this is not a wrangle. This is not, you have a nice little forest you can take cover in. From Cruz del Valle all the way up to, well, actually both Don't Shoot Please and the Dinosaur, and the Dangerous Dolphins, it is incredibly limited with proper cover. So you can see it on the map for anyone watching the map stream as well right now. Everyone is sitting south already, man. There's so many more teams sitting tight next to each other on that south and southwest side. We're also up towards the north. We have 3 teams and Reggie, who is currently trying to look at the compass and figuring out which direction the circle is.
He's starting to find his way inside, though. Oh,
Dolphins can't drive.
Oh, no. Oh, someone's tagging the tires as well. But looks like he's going to get picked up. 3 guys in 1 vehicle. Not optimal, but at least they're going to get away, and we get a new circle as well. We can see it go a little bit towards the northeast, and look at Entropic. They already set himself up there on the north side of Cruz as well, and they're sitting really good there now.
Yeah, they're in a pretty damn decent spot. We still don't have anyone taking control of the east, kind of shantytown part of Cruz del Valle. It's up for grabs, and both Viz and Skate actually opting to go that direction. I like how Skate oftentimes as well manage to find the quiet side, but let's hold that thought for a second. Black now getting full-on pulled up here. My Heroic now realizing people are close. No, T-Bone couldn't find it in time. Silas able to get him down, though somehow now he gets away alive from that.
Oh, unlucky bounce on that nader. Molotov coming in as well from Silas. It's going to be a little bit too far, but Corexy, watch out. Don't take a step back.
What the hell is going on? Kleiderman is still flying on the bike, just trying to maneuver his way through this galaxy with the hip fire. Mini trying to stay alive. What the hell is going on? Everyone's shooting one another.
What's going
the
on?
Dolphins are down, and Apex is somehow alive in this. What?
What just happened? What did we just witness there? One thing's for sure, if you want a vehicle, you know where to find one.
Yeah, it's funny how we have these magnet points in literally every single game we see today, where 3, 2, 1, everyone manages to pull up on at the exact same time. In the meantime, now Heroic trying to get something done. Only 2 players left alive. They have to deal with the entirety of Black with him and covering from behind with an M14 or MK14. This is going to be difficult to say the least.
We see here Skate as well. They basically surrounded Viz here. They got the first knock on Ems as well. Remember that Viz was already down 1 player from earlier as well. So that's going to be 2 down. And now Stratos, can he find anything here? He's trying to move up towards Misa. But he's got to be careful because, as I said, Skate has surrounded him more or less. But it looks like they're going to try to go north, try to get into the circle. Secura can just cover their retreat from a distance there now.
And this is both good and bad because Sikora is pretty far away right now, kind of trying to hold. I mean, you grant them a little bit of overhead cover, but should they lose 1 or 2 players and Sikora ain't up close to try and help out, that could be scary. Fortunately, though, for Skate, it's not really going to matter because of this. It seems like after the loss of 1 player, they're going to back off and go elsewhere.
Good move from Skate. Not often you see that, but they got the knock and they opted to keep on moving after that one. And now Viz, they're basically following their footsteps, so I don't think it's going to be rough for them. They're going through the gauntlet.
Full speed sending it down over the hillside. Why stop in the church if we can lose 2 players and go inside the city? It's full speed or nothing. Stratos down, explicit, bada bing, bada boom, Viz out in 12. Oh, they don't see Noik at all. They do not see him. Down goes 1. Beamy with the shotgun trying again. But nope, not going to happen. Heroic out in the 11th as well. M4's taking damage too in their battle against Veneer. So a lot of teams really struggling. And just like we thought the city was going to be all kinds of comfort, now we are moving out of it again.
Yeah, and this is what... Okay, let's take a look at this.
Too many people, not enough bullets.
Just watch and enjoy it.
What a plus.
I'm questioning, do they know who they're shooting there?
No, everyone's shooting at everyone.
Duffy killed Macadog or flushed him.
I mean, this is a situation where you literally just shoot at everything, and then if you accidentally knock someone and you win it, you say sorry afterwards, you know? You just keep on shooting until no one but you are moving. At least that's what it looked like they were doing.
Yeah, and Simpson was the last one that was moving, right? And then he got Takers back up, and now they got control of that. But with that new circle, though, we see that most of Cruz is out, but Entropic, that opted to take the north side of town, is still inside. And they're trying to hold that down from the other teams.
Oh, get out of the car and die trying. Oh, my Lord. M4s.
They're all just burning alive. It's a big barbecue.
There's no place for you here. Is that a slaughter in a second if I've seen one? Holy moly. They were just 2 players holding that fort, and now they die as well, but they managed to take down the first place team before doing so.
But look at this right now. Don't shoot, please. They're the only team basically on the north side of the circle, all by themselves. And you know what? 2 teams just got wiped there. You got plenty of stuff to loot. And look at how much cover they got to work with there. It's basically just open season for them after this.
If this circle goes northeast, and please don't shoot me in this game, I'm going to have a talk with Beetle and Otto. Because no one is going to have proper cover coming out either of the city or, I mean, maybe the Foxes can do something. But still, it's going to be incredibly hard for everyone to try and make that move out of the city.
The Foxes need to try to take themselves a better position, though, because they're on the edge, and doubtfully that they'll get the next circle. And now's the time when everybody's fighting down in the south.
Oh, Keanu tried to play it safe in the open, got seen in the midst of all of it. Apex, they sit tight in the open. They get themselves a crate straight on top of their face. Maybe, hopefully, that's going to allow for them to play that position for a little while longer. In the meantime, Black, they've pushed through the city. They were the ones on the south side earlier, and they're still the furthest south team, but they have 5 of all teams. Black and 5 can go back and fight each other, but in a new city now than the ones they're usually fighting in. We'll see who's going to come out on top, and also maybe how Entropic are going to impact that fight. Let's see. Next circle, Pups, where do we go? And oh my Lord, don't shoot, please. You are getting gifted right now.
But look at them right now. Park Beetle and Active already moved in and taking a better position, knowing that they need to do this.
It's a real smart play.
Yeah, and they know that all they need to do is suppress the other teams, and they're going to need to fight each other. They just need to control it. They need to hurdle people, shoot at them, steer them to the direction you want them to go.
Real smart play. That position that Beetle and Active just took is essentially the only Achilles heel to where they were in the north. If any other team gets to just full speed send it in and take that spot, they could be held out should the next circle go south. But instead, they get to sit there and maintain control. That is incredibly smart move by them. In the meantime, now Black, they realize we don't want to fight inside the city. We're just going to wrap all the way around. And now 5 and Entropic actually going to be the ones taking the fight to each other. In the meantime, Tegas managed to get himself a Groza, and there's an AUG on Simsy. They're ready for a fight. Give them an MG3, and you have all the up-close kind of firepower you want to have control over.
Gotta be careful, though. 5 is trying to push on behind Black there. Meanwhile, we see Veneer trying to move in here, but Novik finds Yellow on that rotation. He's gonna be knocked out there, outside the next circle, and not gonna get picked up. Fox is in front of the Veneer here now.
Wait, do they go around? Yord? Hello? He's almost inside the circle, too.
That's a godlike rotation.
Okay, I don't know if this was a maybe there's something to play up there, or if this was, I know, guys, I know there's this small dip we can sit 2 people in up here. If that's off of knowledge, like map knowledge,
a
little far. If that rotation was off of map knowledge, that is a 9 billion IQ play from Yord to wrap all the way back around Fox and take that spot. Because if the next circle goes anywhere north, they're top 3 guaranteed.
Look at the smoke usage here from Black, though. They're trying to smoke off Apex to make sure that they can make way in. But they do have Fox, Interpip Fox in the distance there that is stopping them. Looks like they're just going to opt to go straight towards Apex now.
Yeah, they have to take the fight to them. Unfortunately, Fox still have line of sight on them. Not exactly making it any easier. He's just waiting with the Groza and hit. Oh, the attack's coming in, though. Down to low HP. Does manage to take Black. one player now Noik able to trade it. Does he get Simsy as well? No! Simsy stands strong, takes him down, should be able to get the rest here as well. In the meantime, Entropic has dealt with 5 and managed to wrap out towards the east.
Yeah, and look at it. Entropic is not in a bad position right now. They're trying to
no.
close in the gap on Don't Shoot, Please. And Don't Shoot, Please, they have a 3-1 split. We see Ficho in the back there trying to gather information with a little bit more of high ground there.
Ficho has to do God's work in terms of kind of the overviewing. The issue is, and I'm not sure in terms of the terrain, if he peeks too wide over the hilltop, look at this circle. if he peeks too wide on this one, maybe Veneer will get an angle from where they can take him down from behind, because if Veneer can then push back over and take his spot, all of a sudden you have a Don't Shoot Please who is in pretty big trouble if they get completely pinned in between both Veneer and Entropic.
Yeah, it's kind of trouble here for Don't Shoot Please, right? Because if they start peeking somewhere, they might get an angle from another team from getting them on the side. So they're having a little bit of trouble, but they know that Entropic is the biggest threat right now, the closest one. Meanwhile, Intrepid Fox trying to take out Veneer that did a godlike rotation to get themselves into the circle, but will it be enough to be inside the circle?
I'm not sure. I thought that dip was more playable. It's what I like to call a pronable position. Now with the smokes, of course, they can spread out, but how many more smokes do they have, and for how long will they be able to maneuver around? Simsy takes a headshot. I'm sure there's like 18 helmets to be picked up, but as you can see now, Blue is unfortunately moving already, so not gonna opt to go for any of those. Take a buggy. Simsy's gonna play it on foot. Okay, I see what you're doing. Take us full speed. Oh, you don't want to get a headshot there. That is so unfortunate. Is he out of line of sight? No. Ivers gonna take him down. Simsy now on foot. That's gonna be a tough rotation.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. He's getting shot by the Foxes right now as well. He has some smokes. The question is, how many more does he have, though?
How many more indeed? Can we just also again talk about how Entropic is yet again in top 4? They are here all the time. Now they have all the numbers and the nades on point. Ooh. Look at Rooks again. The damage dealer. That second one should be perfect too. Let me see the kill feed. No, doesn't find it. Actually, Ficho from the hill behind finds one active as well as pushing up close. Solid damage being done now by the 2 remaining players. They have 2 mates down. 1 bleeds out. Beetle still a potential rest, but Veneer are real close now as well.
QBE down as well.
Oh, everyone's fighting everyone here. All of a sudden, what I thought could be a very, very, very solid win for Entropic is starting to look incredibly difficult. Smokes are being thrown forward, nades being thrown as well, and the team to just slowly move in behind everyone else right now is Intrepid Fox. We haven't really seen them active in the late game this much, but they have 9 kills already. Molotov. Let's see what they can do.
Doesn't need a Molotov because Pedro's already found him. And yeah, Veneer. Wait, no, yeah. There we go.
Okay, the kill is confirmed. Lokarook's taken down now as well. Entropic, only 2 left alive. 3 up for Don't Shoot Please. This is going to be on Entropic. How much do they do here? Do they even interfere, or do they try and smoke themselves off until the fight between Don't Shoot Please and Fox has come to an end? I just don't, I was going to say, I don't think they have a lot of utility left. And no, they don't. Ivers literally 0 smokes to use. That molly is straight on point. He's going to go down. Yep, that should be him killed from it. Indeed it is. Party Beetle gets 1. Actov gets the second. 3v2 now. Don't Shoot Please. You had the circle for a while. Now you're up against the Foxes.
Foxes plays well, and so did Don't Shoot Please, but this is a big fight, 4 versus 3 right now. And looking at it.
The nades! Oh, it's flashes. Oh, it's nades!
It's only down to Feature now on the north side. 1 versus 4. What can he do? He goes into a shack.
Their main threat was the Foxes. I mean, I think this is pretty GG. You know, the Foxes have. I mean, if they don't win this,
Unless
I'm both gonna be. Yes, exactly. He does have 2 mollies. 1 for the opponents, 1 for yourself. That's. Let's see. Comes around the corner, somehow finds 1, but already a lot of damage done, and that's GG. What does the Fox say? It says chicken dinner, and that's 14 kills for the Intrepid Foxes. Solid game from them. They were not far up the leaderboard coming into this one, so very, very, very impressive game for them, jumping from way down the leaderboard all the way up into a solid spot. Now, with the amount of kills they had as well, that puts them well in a good position in the tiebreaker.
they were sitting on a 19th place coming into this game. But with this one, they're probably going to push themselves up to a top 5, maybe even. I mean, 14 kills, that's a lot to add to the board, and well played from them. We saw how they were stuck on the western side, and they tried to rotate in a little bit at the time. They were just looking around, seeing what kind of information they could gather, and just took it very slow. But, I mean, it worked out so well for them.
I think Don't Shoot Please, they kind of put all their money on one position here. They said we have to deal with Entropic. A 4-man, I mean, to be fair, it makes pretty good sense. A 4-man Entropic pushing you is, in at least from what we've seen so far, a more scary threat than Intrepid Fox would be here. But the issue is, by full focusing on Entropic, Intrepid Fox were just allowed to do whatever they wanted, and no matter if you're the top of the leaderboard or if you're trying to climb your way up, when you're in a 1 or maybe 2v4, that 4-man team is going to stand a real good chance going up against you.
But I think that they were also expecting Veneer to do a little bit more resistance against the Foxes there.
Yeah.
Because you got to remember that they had 2 members up, but basically the Intrepid Fox just took them out straight away, easily.
Yeah, it's true. They could maybe had gotten 1 or 2 down on them. But honestly, I mean, almost 2,200 damage from Intrepid, 14 kills, a ton of assists in there as well. This was a massive game for them. And I mean, if there's a time to start turning things around, we've hit the halfway mark in terms of total games that are going to be played. If they want to do anything here, now is the time to do it. And that is a massive game to kind of start getting those wheels running.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I mean, no matter if you're playing 6 games or 3 games tomorrow, you want to make sure that you have that at least 1 win on the board, because that's going to mean so much. Not needing to grab 2 wins tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's just like mentally, physically, like draining on you.
Yeah.
Knowing that you need to have that.
Yeah, exactly. And they played a real good game. I mean, they were out on that western edge for a while. They sat center early, but with more and more circles coming, it kept shifting them more and more out. And they were doing all that, not necessarily damage, but like they were being enough of a threat that the likes of M-Force opted not to crash them, because that could have been a whole other story had they managed to do that. And then once they had to move, you see here, once they started leaving the compound, they were shooting at everything they could see, forcing opponents to run back into each other and getting a ton of kills doing so. So incredibly well played for them. Honestly, a performance that I have yet to see from the likes of Intrepid Fox. Very impressive to see.
Yeah, I'm just blown away as well about it, because they played it like by the books basically, and that's not what we've seen from them before. But if they can play to this level and they can keep this going, I mean, we might see them get another win here. Who knows?
Yeah, again, I mean, with more and more teams joining the winners club here, it's really impossible to call this one. I mean, it's gonna. I'm sure we're gonna be in a situation tomorrow, especially because technically it doesn't matter too much if you get first or third. You just want to get top 3. Yeah. We're gonna be in a situation tomorrow where so many teams coming into that final game will have a shot at qualifying. It's going to be absolutely insane. 14 kills, solid game for them. You said possibly top 5. They're just behind Shift W, but look at this. 1 more team joining the 1-win club.
Yeah, but also they have 1 more game to play here, so they got plenty of chances to get a top 5 by the end of today, at least. Maybe even a top 3, who knows? It's all up for grabs still, and I mean, you still have also M-Force, Heroic, Entropic, Skada is also still playing here.
It's gonna go right down to the wire. I don't see how it can't, unless if some of the more, I guess you could say, established teams really start turning on the thrusters and just completely separate themselves with the fast final games today and start of the games tomorrow. One thing that is for sure is that we still have 1 more game left to play today. So do me a favor, guys, stick around, and we'll see you again after this break in just a few.
The new game, PUBG New State, I gotta say, right off the bat, the expectations are through the damn roof right now. Come on.
We got the PUBG New State closed alpha announcement. There's no freaking way.
This is my first game, and we'll see how we do here.
We're experiencing the first ever jump-in.
Ella, why are you in the way, bro?
Oh, this is a bad idea.
Oh, you ran me over, you trash bag.
Yo, this buggy's awesome.
There we go.
Oh, wait.
What the sh...
I missed every single shot.
Damn, this looks pretty good, though.
Beautiful, look at the sunset.
This literally feels like PC PUBG.
Damn.
This is insane.
It feels so good.
Let's go, baby.
Heck yeah.
If this is an alpha, damn.
One was a doozy, but it was awesome. It really was. It was awesome.
I'm not exaggerating. This game is actually amazing.
Don't forget, this is just an alpha.
One more match to go today before we head into tomorrow's final day of 6 games. I'm Toby, joined by Frost, and if you're tuning in late, you've missed out on one hell of an action-packed 2 days. These guys are literally doing everything, Frost, they possibly can to grab these wins.
Yeah, not only that, but also giving us some great games to watch here. It's just been amazing so far. And in the last game, we saw Interpeer Fox getting himself a win with 14 kills after an amazing performance throughout that game. But now, let's see. Picado. No, Black is actually, they're going to go. They jumped earlier. I missed that one. So we're not going to have that fight in Picado. And for a look of it, a pretty decent play.
If they didn't go Picado in the rest of yesterday and the first 2 games today, and they then did it in game 6 of today, I don't even know where these guys live, but I would find them and I would say that was stupid, because I'm not a violent guy, but I would be very, very, very confused if that was the case.
Yeah, that would have been
a
little bit.
Oh no,
they don't want to share.
Wait, Vorix doesn't even care to kill him? Okay.
Nah, it's not worth it.
And Billum got a vehicle there as well. There's 3 players within the same minimap.
Oh, Vector? Okay.
I mean, there's no one
and
there.
A double?
There's no one there.
Oh.
Oh no, there goes your loot spot page.
He's like,
just literally
I'll go back into the shack, guys. Help. Pick me up,
He's
please.
just gonna wait. T-Bone is coming for him now. Beamy is coming as well. It's like, Paige, what did you get yourself into? That is actually kind of funny.
Billem's just gonna drive away.
I mean, he has no clue he's there, so it
Yeah.
makes pretty good sense. He wouldn't try and go loot a shack. The Billum is just gonna back off. Would be unfortunate to run into a Vector Car 98 combo in a shack 1.5 minutes into the game. Circle does go south again, so similar circle to what we had in game 1 actually. At least off of the start of things. And, well, I mean, the winners of the last game in a pretty good position right now.
Pretty good position to play from. And we saw, Heroic did really good in the first game. It wasn't on Chicken Dinner good, though. And they're still chasing yet their second Chicken Dinner. We've seen them towards the end game time after time, but it hasn't been enough. And currently they're sitting on a 4th place. That's not going to be enough to qualify for PCS5, which is super important for them, because they're currently sitting on 275 PGC points. Yeah. And I think that puts them on a 4th place overall in PGC points. So they definitely want to get into PCS5.
Oh, yes, for sure. I was kind of trying to do the math yesterday, and I haven't done it since, and I don't want to do it on air now, but it's going to be a nail biter, I'm pretty convinced, if they don't make it through here. That would be very scary. There is still a chance that they do qualify if it's the same teams already now have the points that keep getting more in PCS5 finals. But there's also, I would assume, the chance that they don't make it through. So very, very scary indeed. And also, of course, we got to keep in mind that tomorrow, I mean, one thing is how the leaderboard looks now, but tomorrow, 8 teams are going to be playing 6 games, while the rest are going to be playing 3. So that's going to be pretty impactful as well in terms of how many chances people actually have to get up on that top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, also Entropic, of course, is another team with a lot of PGC points on the board already. They have 250, and they're currently sitting on a 6th place overall in the PGC points leaderboard. So they, of course, want to get themselves in. Top 3 damage so far, and, well, I am not surprised to see 3 players from Entropic up there.
No, me neither. They have been quite literally all over the place in terms of doing damage. They've been shooting everything they could see. One of the teams that, for me, for tomorrow is... no, I'm not going to say guarantee, because we never know what's going to happen. Oh, physics. Testing car physics again, I guess. And it works out for him. He's just, getting accustomed to how to kickflip a Mirado. That's fair enough. I think we've all done that a couple of times. But no Shift W. I mean, they're not playing right now. They're going to be playing 6 games tomorrow. And same thing with Last Dance. While we haven't seen the most consistent performance from Last Dance, they still have 2 wins already. So if they can get 1 more tomorrow, that should, pretty much unless something absurd happens, and even 3 wins ain't. I mean, I don't even think that's possible actually. If they get 1 win tomorrow, they have pretty much secured one of the spots available. And if Shift W gets 1 or maybe even 2 tomorrow, we saw how great they played today, so that's very doable. You really have to put everything out here on the line in the final game of today.
I mean, I'm just gonna go ahead and say, if you have, did someone just pop his tire? If you have 3 wins on the board, you're through.
Oh yeah,
I can guarantee you that. Like, there's no.
Well, now
way.
you said it. Now somehow, no, it's not gonna happen. I don't even think, I don't even think it could happen.
3 wins.
Yeah, I don't even think there's enough games left for that to happen.
It's basically, yeah. Basically, that is super hard for that to happen.
Technically, it could, though.
It could.
Because Skate could get 2 more. Last Dance could get 2. And then we could have 2 teams with 3 wins. That would be 6 games, and there's 6 tomorrow, 1 today. So that's 7 in total. Technically, we could see 4 wins, and 2 teams with 3 wins. And then one of the 3-win teams wouldn't go through. But the odds of that happening, I would rather buy a lottery ticket.
I like how you're putting like 2 more wins on Skate and the Last Dance. Why not just put those 2 more wins on another team?
Because they already have 2, then they have 4. We said that you couldn't qualify with 3 wins.
Yeah, but if you have 4 teams on 3 wins, that's gonna be enough for one of the.
True, but the other thing looks better when 2 of the teams have 4.
Okay, yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's proving my point even harder, you know?
I guess so.
Let's get back to the game. Let's get back to the game. Enough crazy shenanigans. Thank you, Bliss, for starting to shoot. Because Vanier, I mean, they got to back off here. They a team that has had, pretty safe to say, ups and downs in this one so far. I like the way they played their Wrangle one with, I mean, other than the fact that Yellow had a little bit of a blunder with the nade, but the way that they played that one in the end on the east side, I want to see more of that playing in quiet early, and then go aggressive later. Oh yeah, that's not gonna happen. Lookalikes don't miss those. Final bullet, is he gonna get him? Whoop. Yep, there you go. Explicit falls down, and Apex.
No,
Simsy, get away.
Simsy.
Don't.
Why are you so far behind everybody?
Get away! No.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, you would hate to see it. You would absolutely hate. Ooh, and Calvin gets himself a Groza now as well. So that's fortunate that if the scare, they get to move on. They had plenty of level 3 gear last game as well, with, I believe it was Tegas and Simsy both with an AOG and a Groza. Yeah. So the care package collectors are Apex right now, and just like everyone else, currently moving down towards the circle, trying to find themselves a better spot to play from. I like how this time around, actually, Heroic, if you look at the map, everyone, Heroic has opted to play a different split than what they did in the previous game that was down here 2 games ago. So will be fun to see how they opt to try and maintain that.
I like that kind of thinking, though, because you don't want to be predictable by the other teams.
True.
So in a way, you're making it harder for the other teams. They might think that you're in another compound until you get like a knock or something like that. So until that happens, they have no clue that this is Heroic.
No, that's true. Well, the guessing game is strong, but look at the M4 split as well. Church, top side of Chuma, and the hill where double is. That is some greedy control play, but right now, I mean, they know there's no one in between them other than Heroic, because they saw them early. They were kind of part of the whole, the whole weird shuffle down in that area with the vehicles early. So they know there's one team around. The only issue could be if any other team gets in between them. Being able to regroup could potentially prove extremely difficult.
Yeah. Stratos in all sorts of trouble, and looks like Viz is losing another player early here in the game. 2 dead players so far.
That is, and they have a win already as well. That's, I don't want to say it's inexcusable, because a lot of different things can happen in any given game, but losing 2 on a rotation that early in areas of the map where they're pretty much completely isolated out in the open, that's just not supposed to happen.
But they're also so far out. It's so unlucky in a way as well.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So many parameters where it's just kind of out of your, what do you say? Out of your chance to really do anything about it. I mean, like we saw earlier with Carlo literally getting bolted out of a car. It's one of those, can't really do a whole lot about it, to be honest. But that one right there, when you get two taken out very far from one another, that's just not supposed to happen. Let's see, Circle. East we go. We were here earlier today as well. Now we bounce back to the exact same spot again. Skate got themselves their second win in this area of the map. This time around, though, they're the team furthest away from the circle, so we'll see if they can do anything to repeat the success.
Not any trouble for them. They like to play the edge, so it shouldn't matter too much. The thing I want to see is how they're gonna try to rotate into the circle, though.
Front flipping down the hill again. Dinosaurs and cars. It's not really a combo that is meant to be, I guess. Both dolphins and cars and dinosaurs and cars. In general, just animals driving cars. It's usually not really something that works out that well. Kleineman and Snip trying to rotate down the main street here, taking casualties while doing so. Kleineman will fall. That's unfortunate. Sinister trying to wrap around M4s as well. Double connects a few, but not enough, at least not initially. Lucarux in the meantime getting pulled up on by the remaining Snip players. And is pulling up on this too? No, they're just saying hello, driving past, seeing what's going on.
Wait, there's 3 teams here now. Lucarix is alone. Guess who just died there? Nalip is pulling up now. And pull up is next to them.
Why is Lucarix running around in the middle of the open? Crazy shenanigan matches coming in here. The circle is, I mean, they're contesting a center position, but it's a very early position to try and take control of. I feel like the hillside or other areas would be better. And somehow, I don't know how, but somehow Entropic actually got out of there alive.
People find stubble meanwhile, and we see the dinosaurs driving around in all sorts of directions here, not knowing exactly where their destination is. Meanwhile, getting shot. Heroic and Apex, I think.
What happens when you give all the animals cars? It just crazy vehicle shenanigans all over the place. Also impressive to me how Page managed to 100 to 0 that Bronco without getting a single tag on the actual player. He popped the entire car without hitting the player once. That is some lucky bullet dodging from Do It in that vehicle.
It's like they're gonna be able to get double back up here. Remember, it was Page, I think, who found him. So Page is pretty far away. Safe first here for them, getting all 4 back up on their feet.
You'd have to think so. Should be pretty straightforward, unless of course if Arg up to rotate up in that direction. But I would assume that they're gonna sit tight in this position at least until the next circle pops. There aren't really anyone that close to them that could pose a potential threat. I don't think M4s would want to push down in this direction. Seiko as well getting knocked. So a lot of players getting back on their feet. Like to see it, honestly. With so many fights happening early, it's good to see teams managing to kind of avoid losing players. Yes, you might get a player knocked, but getting back alive is smart. And also now we're near this rotation for us, pretty smart one.
Once again, coming in from the east side this time, and they basically have the whole east side by themselves. The only threat they have is the dangerous Dolphins that is down by the warehouses west of Los Leones.
Yeah, they got all the space in the world. I mean, if you cut a line straight north to south on this one right now, you have 2 of 16 teams on the east side of the middle. Yeah. For any of you looking at the map right now, look at this. There's so much space on these. I know the city is there and the warehouses and whatnot. I was just going to say, if this circle goes east, that's going to make for some real fun rotations. But no, we go straight center. We kind of jump in where the pile of teams is already. So for the select few that now have to try and get a spot, that could prove difficult.
Apex, though, I'm wondering what they're going to do. Calvin is focusing towards the north right now. As you can see, he was taking a few shots, but they should be focusing on the south. Make sure that no one is going to drive up on them on that hillside.
Dolphins are getting shot at while they're in vehicles. Gagsy, can you get away from here? Here comes the second. What did he instantly?
That's so unlucky.
No. Duffy came to a complete stop, and him and Mackin will be taken out and somehow pull up, despite only having a shack and a Bronco for cover. Managed to survive that one without taking any casualties.
Well, now they have 1 shack and 3 Broncos.
True. True. We're expanding the vehicle sorting here. It's a pretty interesting one. I mean, again, there is still plenty of space out east. Vanir are gonna be in a joyous situation here where they can go from one warehouse, go, wait, this is not taken. Then look at the next going, hey, guys, this one ain't taken either. And then they can move further forward and actually get themselves into a pretty decent spot on that east side of the circle.
Yeah, basically that's where Dolphins were earlier, just a little bit north of where they are right now, Vanir here. So it's totally empty up there.
Yeah, I think Dolphins weren't expecting anyone to have committed to the shagging phase 2, and I can kind of understand why they maybe didn't think so. But Pull-Up did. Well, honestly, they tried to commit to the building, but 3 other teams did as well. So they were kind of forced to go elsewhere. And that's, again, one of those where can't really blame the team for not knowing that there would be a team there. The only thing is with their approach, you saw how they're kind of flying over that hillside. That particular position is so incredibly hard to get a proper scouting on. So whether there are people there or not, it's still going to be a coin toss because you have no way of knowing unless if you've sat close and heard shots being fired from there. And they don't know before they're getting shot at by 4 people. So maybe not the correct place to go for, at least from that angle on the south side.
Yeah, and sometimes you do have to expect the unexpected, though. After all, this is the playoffs, and that's where stuff like that kind of happens, if anywhere.
Corrects it taken out as they were trying to leave the buildings. That's unfortunate. Heroic playing out here on foot, actually, wanting to aggress a bit towards Farafik, and it's not really working out for them. Robin trying to take down Page. He will get behind the rock, but he's in the very edge of the circle. Is that a full Vis vehicle? I mean, there are only 2 players left alive, but still. Jones gonna shoot? Nope.
Oh.
Flippity flip, flippity flop, out they come. Jones shooting now. Solid headshots.
They now reload, and Asa finds the last one. This out on 15th place, and we got ourselves a new circle. It's gonna head towards the north, and look at that. If the Dolphins stayed in that warehouse where Vanir is going right now, they would have been pretty solid right now.
And now it makes perfect sense why Pull-Up went for that position. They knew the game was gonna end up there. That's why they did it. In the meantime, back to Heroic and Varg we go. M4 still not committing on a third party here. I like the fact that they don't, because they would be super exposed to 5 while doing so. Unfortunate for T-Bone. 5 ain't really charming in on this one either. A lot of helmets having been popped already. Neither Reggie or T-Bone has one to work with, so a barrel to the face, and you're down in an instant.
But they are getting closer here. Page in the back. But look at this. 5 is going to help them out a little bit. Shooting Robin from the back there, and that's gonna get some room here for Heroic to move up even closer maybe.
And with all this sound being given, now Apex actually on the side of the circle where they can start third-partying as well. Flash is coming in. This is where Heroic are the most dangerous. The full push around T-Bone with the SLR scoped in, spots his soul, takes it down, takes him out. And now Durit and Reggie all on their own here, having to hold off against the remaining. Very angry. Heroic team here. One goes down. Solid trade coming in from Page only. 1 left alive. Reggie trying to make a run for it. No helmet. Keep that in mind. Trying to stay on his feet, but I don't think he stays alive in this one. But, as I was going to say before, Apex with a chance to third party here. The only issue is they're now starting to fight with Skate.
Yeah, and we still see 5 taking a few shots for it, so that's a good nade. Finds Beamy. Beamy is now knocked, and it's down to a 1v1 here. Page versus Reggie Beard. Who's going to win this out? Remember, Reggie didn't have a helmet, and he's in the blue. No more nades.
Yeah, this is suboptimal. See if you can get the points off of it. Maybe he
no
won't.
more first aids.
Yeah, he does get. No, actually. Oh, yeah, he does. Reggie gets the kill. No more first aids. He's going to take it out.
Yeah.
Phase 4. Not really going to happen, buddy. I mean, and I think Page know the race is over for him as well on this one. Peek's not over. Wants to see if we can get the kill. Not going to happen. Page finds it, but still probably not going to go out on top here. Reggie falls. Rapid Flag out for today. We'll be back and playing more games tomorrow. In the meantime, Roblox taking the fight to don't shoot, please. Solid nade coming through. Beetle down. Look at Otto's HP. He's down low as well.
Active on the angle here.
This is a
getting
fight
really
for a
close.
Crucial spot in the circle as well. The whole south side control up for grabs here. Assar finds goes down. Now Entropic charming in on this one as well. QP peeking over the top, but no! Flammy from the northeast. The warehouse position.
Goes for a flush straight away as well. They know that Entropic is a strong team. They do not want to leave a knock there. Letting them get that person back up.
I think QB thought he was pretty safe in peeking that because Vanier hadn't really done a whole lot to engage on it, but now not quite the case, and I would assume to see Entropic back off. Yep, they do. They don't want to risk anything else. They've already lost a player, which maybe they didn't have to, and they're well aware of that. Now the circle leaves them no choice but getting back to the vehicles and try and see where the hell they can go from here. 5, in the meantime, in a glorious position. No one's really contested them on the hill at all. Black might do that, and what would be better than seeing 5 and Black fight each other once more?
It's like we've never seen that happen before.
Yeah,
but, I mean,
know, right?
Black does have the high ground up there as well. They should be looking towards Black or towards the north side. It looks like we have Rudy and Physics doing that right now. So hopefully they'll catch out Black getting a little bit closer to them before they reach them. At the same time, Veneer trying to move in here as well. So Black got to be careful now. Who are they going to choose to fight?
I'm seeing a disaster in the making. Yep, I was just going to say, if they try to commit to that position too, pull-up are going to be ready and waiting for them. Yort does go down instantly. But where do the rest of them go? It seems like they were driving into the field and realizing there was nothing up for grabs, and then trying to back off, but they weren't really anywhere to back off towards. Oh, no, hello, buddy. Can I park my vehicle next to yours? Sure you can, but I'm going to take you out if you do. The Foxes, winners of the previous one, will fall down.
Ivan says, thank you for another vehicle. We needed that one. Now we can have one each.
Yeah, true. Not that I expect them to be driving a whole lot more this game, but we'll see. Maybe they're going to be coming in handy.
Some cover to work with.
True. Verplugs as well, looking for a spot to go to. But right now, I mean, Black, they have all the vision in the world. You can see them up on the hillside. They're shooting at everything moving right now.
Look at He-Man, though. Yeah, he's super close to 5 here.
He needs backup, too. He's all in zone. He does have risk kind of looking over his shoulder, but it's an angle, like, because they're down on the other hillside, there really is not a whole lot they can do to help. Oh hello,
no.
Verplugs. What are these pull-ups? What? Okay, so we've misunderstood the concept of pull-up. Pull-up's name is this because people pull up on them. That's what we've not. That's the whole idea of the name. It's not them doing pulling up. It's opponents.
They're holding that ground pretty good, though. Having that
they are. They really are. Somehow, throughout all of this, they have not lost a single player.
Yeah,
that's wild. I mean,
I mean, they basically set circle as well.
Yeah. There you see the replay. Ivas getting himself a double there. Not a whole lot for the Foxes to do. Coming in on that side, unfortunate situation for them. M-Force now looking. I mean, there are only 2 left alive. Explosion and Doxa looking for potential kill. Oh, that rotation from Entropic might have put them in the most golden position ever. Because if 5 and Black start fighting and both take casualties, because right now that's kind of the main threat for Entropic. If there's one team left on the top, they could be in trouble. It's so good for all these teams downhill right now. You can see all of Black's players are looking north or west. None of them are playing calm, sitting on the hills, shooting at people down below. That would have been absolute terror for everyone in the lowlands. Right now, all the guys on the hilltop are looking to fight one another, and it's really, really helping out the guys below.
Entropic lost 1 player, so they're down to 3 players. But if there's a team you want to see in the center that is basically just a turret and shoots 360 degrees, that would be Entropic, no matter if there are 4 or 3 players alive.
And all of a sudden, now, if they get their second win for both Skate and Last Dance, they have 71 kills already. The kill margin, like, it's not going to matter at all. They're in. If they tie with another team, they are pretty much in. Look at this Knass. I mean, they've been here pretty much the entire game. They've been shooting at everything without a chance to really get looted up on the backside of it. So 18 bullets, no spares on the DMR. Now, Vanier, where do we go? Do they play the dip straight below Black, or do they stop right here? Nope, because it's not inside the circle. They got to go a bit further. Wait, are they crashing Entropic?
Stop here.
Stop. Stop. No, going too far.
This is another.
You could have stopped inside the circle. Why? Blind pull-ups in phase 6 is just not it. Somehow.
Wait, that didn't do any damage?
Yeah. Blind pull-ups in phase 6 to contest center positions is just... And then if you're gonna do that, don't pull up one at the time. Like, they were literally able to shoot one. Shoot one. Shoot one. If you're gonna pull up like that, go together. That was unfortunate because they could have stopped on the buggy there. Yes, they would be exposed to black. It would have been a hard position to play from, but rather that than jumping straight into a pit of death. That's unfortunate.
And we see M-Force here on the side. What are they going to do? They're barely inside by this shack here, but they do have 5 just above them. And as you said, 5 been up there for a long time. They don't have a lot of ammo left. Question is, how much do they want to use until they see someone pushing them? But look at Knas, though. He's on the north side, and he is getting surrounded by black right now.
Yeah, everyone other than black right now are just waiting for the next circle to pop. I just wanted to go straight east. Just leave no players inside the circle for the memes, you know. Just be crazy. Knas playing the kind of spoiler position down here. He's not going to move at all. He's just sitting ready and waiting for a black player to overstep their boundaries here. Just waiting for a chance to move forward. Silas connects one onto physics, so they know if they're nearby presence. And now actually this hilltop is still going to be in, but only on the side of black. So this might be Black's chance at a real good game here. They have 0 kills so far. They haven't really had to do a whole lot. They've been chilling on the top for quite a long time, and they haven't wanted to aggress on 5. I mean, we know these two teams, they're really good at sitting next to each other and doing nothing. So they're going to continue doing that for a little while longer.
I mean, it looks like 5 is going to maybe opt to go on the southern side as well if they can. They're just trying to look.
On the hill? Snip is running forward. They're running for the hill.
Okay. But they got M-Force in front of them, and M-Force is trying to push up to 5 right now. That's going to be a big fight going to happen on the western side.
If they can time this right, this could be an absolute perfect sweep in from behind. Look at this. They're going to catch Xvolution completely off guard here. Wait, he has a nade in hand now. What is he looking for? Look at this. They have their backs turned, all of them, but no, Xvolution spots one. Stico not fast enough at getting the kill. Now Blue is coming. This is the issue. They wanted to be able to get the kills before having to make this move. And if Black are smart on this, that is a good one. That is a real good one. If Black are smart on this, they might make a bit of a play on it. But the unfortunate thing for them is 5 didn't take any casualties. They stood pretty strong against this. Now let's look down the hill as well as this happens, because Pull-Up are moving closer to Entropic 2. So that could be a fight in the making. 4 teams left alive. We're almost at 4 up on all, similar to what we saw in the first Miramar game today. But this time around, Entropic have lost 1. These guys are battling each other with their backs turned. I love seeing this. I hate the ones where there's 3 teams, one can just chill and the other teams have to fight, and it's a free game for the third-party team. This is, you gotta win your own battle in order to join the final battle. Like, this is the semifinals for the chicken dinner.
Basically, 2 different fights. Who's gonna win which fight? The other teams, they can't take the other fight either. They gotta focus on the team that is closest to them. It doesn't matter if you're doing damage to the other teams right now.
Oh, Bliss finds Rudy. That's from down below, too. Do they push on this? They see one down. They know exactly which team is on the other side. Physics is looking down in that direction, but he might want to be looking up here instead. No, Wig finds Knas. First one down. That's 2 lost. They are committing to the rest, so no way they can help Knas in this situation. Black, they push up, they find one, they punish one, and now they can back off again. Smart playing, and immediately after, they try and go punish others. Circle, though, downhill. Now the eyes are on Black. Now the eyes are on 5. They will all have to move. The utility barrage is coming in. Somehow, again, I'm not sure what Naylup is carrying on him, like maybe a hurt locker here or what it is, but he just seems unkillable to these nades today. Silers falls. Recycle, played the spoiler. Physics. Oh, he wraps it behind him. That could be huge. Finds the first one, spots the second, gets the flush, commits to the flush instead of going for the second guy, and ends up dying because of it. 5 out in 4th place. And Black, well, they lose 1. Silas should be possible to get rest, but they have to get down from this hill.
Exactly. We got a new circle, and Black needs to get down while Entropic is down there. Pull-Up is down there as well, and they haven't really started this fight yet.
How did they still have nades?
We saw the nades coming in, but you got to remember, a few teams pulled up on Pull-Up, so they probably have a lot of utilities that they picked up during that time. They might even have dropped it on the ground inside the circle, so they can just pick it up.
The vehicles are going to be in blue. You got to start sprinting, guys. Get in the car, get down the hill. Where do you go from here, and how much damage does Pull-Up manage to do before this comes in? And this is perfect, though. Black are in such a good position. Being the team that gets to leave high ground like this, knowing there's no one below you, they wouldn't have it any better. Final circle is going to be in, like the dot is going to be in between Entropic and Black. Black is looking real good here. It's going to be on pull-up, really, to find some crazy knocks and somehow hold off Entropic.
Yeah, the whole thing was that Black got down there for free because neither Pull-Up or Entropic wanted to engage those vehicles coming down, because they know if they start shooting that, the other team will just push us straight away, knowing that we need to reload and stuff. So no one wanted to do anything about it. Now Black is sitting in maybe the best position for this circle now.
Oh, no doubt about it. They're in a perfect spot here. There's little to no way that Entropic and Pull-Up don't have to fight each other before Black needs to engage. They're that much closer to the circle right now that they don't really have to worry. Entropic has to get out of the dip, and Pull-Up has to commit to one side. And it looks like they're actually going east here.
Look how much utilities Pull-Up
How do they still have so much? They've thrown so much towards Entropic.
Ben's had 3 nades.
Oh, wait, they also had
nades.
They had 19 dead players next to the shack as well.
Yeah, exactly. But still, having so much utilities.
Wait, what? Iva's also immune? Okay. There's just Entropic. Okay. That's useful.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna complain about that. Now let's see. Good nade from Ford. Unfortunately, not that much damage, but ears will ring in. This is what I was worried about for them. Because they have a little bit of a higher position, they will be able to spot them over the side of the smokes. Please. Oh, Bliss trying to get a good shot in. Unfortunately, can't quite connect it. How many more smokes do Entropic have? They need to hit bangers if they want to stay alive. Black taken down. How did he throw it that far? That's all the way across the circle. Kyla's now starting to charm utility in as well. Look at the frames on this. There's so many smokes.
Pull-Up gets the rest as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Blaze
9,
is
10,
making
11, 12,
a sprint
13,
forward.
14,
I like
15.
this, and they're actually pinning all the Black's players in next to each other. There's still utility on the Entropic players. Throw everything you have. You do not want to die with a molly that you could have thrown at this point, especially now when you're not shooting. Throw everything. Throw everything.
What is going on? This is just so many smokes.
Oh, here comes the first push. Vancy alone, though. Not quite sure what the idea of that was. And you can see now is when they start tossing everything forward. Don't separate yourself. Iva's still behind the tree. They didn't spot him. They push the straight. Silas gets 1, gets 2. Gets the 3rd as well. Solid play from Black. And now, a 2 versus 3. Pull-Up manages to sit back on this one. They can wait for a little while longer. But for how long? They have Roy up close. He's the one playing spoiler. He's the one right next to him. Spot Silas first. One goes down. 1 versus 3. Riz, it's all on you. These smokes are fading. You do not have HP to tank blue here, and Pull-Up will win it. We question them, Frost. We question their phase 2 jump into the shack, and somehow, not only do they win it, but they only lose 1 player in this game.
I'm out of words. Like, how were they able? Like, even if they didn't get those knocks on Entropic in the start there with those utilities, how good they were playing that out with the utilities. When they had one that got knocked, I think it was Ben's that got knocked. You saw Roy throwing that nade towards Black. Getting that knock on Black made sure that they could get that revive up, and that was just in time before the blue touched them, and that could have been it. That might have been the key to why they won that game, because they had all 4 up and had 1 more player that could take another angle.
That was so insane. The fact, I mean, I was really confused by how much utility they had, but then it occurred. I mean, all the fights they took, all the players they killed were pretty much 1st or 2nd rotation players. So none of the people they killed had a chance to use any of their utility yet. So you pretty much get 6 players full loadout for free. And that's quite a few, both nade, smokes, mollies, and flashes. So wild. And also, even more so, makes tomorrow even more interesting, because now we have even more teams with wins.
Yeah, it's this is gonna be rough for some of the teams, knowing that so much on the stake, and it might just come down to the kills, and it might come down to you didn't flush that one player, or you didn't go and deny yourself in the blue. Instead, you tried to get that 1 kill and lost the kill to the other team that might have surpassed you because of it.
It's getting wild. And again, I mean, I know while they didn't win the game, I like to somehow keep to some extent keep the focus on the winning team, but I have to just give a big round of applause to Entropic. how can you play? Okay, so let's put it this way. They have now played 9 games. They have 2 of the 9 games outside of top 3. That is freaking absurd.
Yeah.
That is inhumane. And yes, some might say that, oh, these guys aren't, like the very top. I mean, their position is not the very top of what you see. But I mean, pretty much everyone in this lobby has played against some of the very best people in the world and done good. So it's not like this is just because it's not the grand finals, ain't tough competition. They are going up against some of the very best in Europe. And they still manage to find top 3 after top 3 after top 3. It's completely unheard of.
Honestly, even though they're not in the #1 spot on leaderboard right now, it just feels like they're on a totally different level than the rest of the lobby.
Oh, yeah. It's very impressive to watch, that's for sure. Now, would they want to get more wins or have had more wins at this point? That is for sure, because they're still, I mean, by no means guaranteed to qualify. If any one of the other 1-win teams gets one early tomorrow, they're going to be in trouble because they only have 3 games to play. So, so they're very desperate. I mean, they're right now banking everything on their kills being enough to make it through, because they have a ton of them, and there's no way they're gonna lose a kill tiebreaker to any other team in this lobby. But they still only have 1 win.
Yeah, and that is the main thing, right? It's MC rule. You gotta have those wins, and I just don't know, like, what it would feel like. Imagine you getting these second places time after time after time, and you just know that if we just had 1 more win, if they were on 2 wins right now, they would basically be set already.
Oh yeah, they'd be looking real good coming into tomorrow. But now, well, I mean, while they are in top 3 and they had themselves a solid 11 kill performance, they still only have 1 win. Having said that, pull-up, of course, again, I don't think I've ever seen a team that commits to that position that early actually get away with the win, but they somehow managed to do just that. Look at this, 76 kills for Entropic, and look at the amount of 1-win teams. That is insane. So much up for grabs tomorrow.
It's still anybody's game here.
It
still
really is.
Anybody's game. And I mean, just 1 win will just propel you up there.
Yeah.
You can see, like, look at the Intrepid Fox, for example, getting that 1 win, pushed them up from a 19th place to a 6th place. Now they're currently sitting on 7th place. But they still have to play tomorrow, so you'll have to wait and see what happens there. And we saw them getting a 14-kill win. If they can do that again, that's going to propel them up there, not just with 2 wins, but also with the kills as well.
I mean, for the teams coming in, with the leaderboard looking like this, for the teams that are already in a good position, Last Dance, Shift W, having 6 games tomorrow is huge. Like, it's absolutely insane, because the teams that have already played their 6 games haven't separated themselves more. Like, that's usually, at least back in the super settings days, that's usually how the leaderboard would look. There would be teams that were behind, but because of the way that you have more games to play tomorrow, you could kind of catch back up. Now they're sitting pretty tight with everyone with a buffer day tomorrow. That is massive for the likes of, as I said, both Last Dance and Shift W.
Yeah, totally. And yesterday, of course, we saw The Last Dance getting himself a back-to-back win. Today, it was Skate getting that back-to-back win. And the question is, tomorrow, are we going to see a back-to-back win?
I mean, if the last 2 days are something to follow, then for sure, we should. Why wouldn't we? Of course we're going to see a back-to-back win. Who's it going to be, though? I'm not sure. We're not sure, but we will find out tomorrow. Guys, that was the last game for today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for the final day of the qualifiers. Take care. Have a good night. We'll see you then.
Get ready for PUBG Continental Series 5. After fighting through Open Qualifiers, 15 of the toughest challengers from the Middle East and Africa, Europe West and Europe East meet 9 invited squads in high-octane regional playoffs. There, rosters will battle it out for a chance to compete in the PCS5 Europe Grand Finals, where they can take their shot at the $250,000 prize pool. And that's not all. PCS5 is the last chance to earn those all-important PGC points, and the Grand Finals winner will be invited to the PUBG Global Championship directly. The Grand Finals action takes place every weekend from September 18th to October 3rd. Watch the stream and support your favorite team at PUBG Continental Series 5. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.